Hey, hello everyone, Shriram here. Hope I am audible to most of you.
Yes.
All right. All right, good start of the year. Happy to see you all here. Let's see if anyone want to show your face, say hello to each other. Let's get on the cam comfortably on the first day of the year.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
Many happy returns of the day.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Happy New Year wishes to most of you here. And I believe you all had a great party last night. Late night party? Slept early?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
nice. In our college days, when it comes this 31st, it'll be a so exciting day where we want to go out with our friends. And in television, there'll be one channel called Doordarshan. They will be telecasting some programs. So excited to watch. Now we have too many channels of YouTube. We have too many channels of stuff there, but I don't think we have interest to watch it. All right, good. First, thanks a lot for everyone being here. I can see some of you. Let's see, as the class goes on, we get more people joining on because there is a good demand to understand about the project management and the PMP certification. May I understand how many of you are in the age of getting to exam? When I say age, in 12 months, I'm going to write the exam, Shri. In 3 months, I'm going to write the exam. In 1 month, I'm going to write the exam. Do I have anyone people here pretty close to the exam? All right, I have Vivek already. Okay.
Yes, 1 month.
1 month.
Shriram.
Nice.
1
nice.
month, 1 month.
All right. Nice. Good to
2
hear.
days. Yeah.
Good to hear. Good to hear. I know this exam, even though we keep reading, sometimes we feel that, am I reading in the right direction? Or am I swimming in the ocean when no one is there? You get a feel, am I lost somewhere? Isn't it? So the idea of this crash course is to go through some of the subject area, which we have discussed as a course of 45 hours. Do you think a subject of 45 hours can be discussed in 4 hours? Yeah, it's a little high because the percentage of hours what you're going to spend is very less. But the idea behind this course is to give some highlight of some of the subject and discuss about the exam details so that people who have planned but not kick-started, they can do this. And people who have started reading already close to the exam can recall some of the subjects. The idea behind this course is to have some Q&A session where I want to listen to some of your questions. So it'll be happy to help each other so you can target your exam. So that's the intention. All right, good. So far I could see 4 of them. Do anyone interested to show your beautiful face on the first day of January? You can recall yourself. This is not your office call. Don't worry. Nobody judges you. This is our friendly environment. Okay, I have some of them. Okay, thanks for the people. Kalpesh, Pavitra. Okay, a few more are coming there. Okay, I know you are not ready, right? 1st of January. It's okay, Shriram. Okay,
Happy
no.
birthday, Shriram.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, celebrating.
Happy birthday, Shriram.
Nice. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I saw a lot of wishes in WhatsApp and LinkedIn. Thanks to
Happy birthday, Shriram. Happy New
thanks.
Year also.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. One good thing about being the 1st January birthday is I have not even given any chocolates or cake in college or school days. These all my friends used to ask, when your birthday comes, we will ask you. I'll say, okay, fine, sure. After the 1st January crosses, when they come to school, they'll be very busy wishing each other a happy new year, and they'll be talking about the fun on the 31st night. Many of them don't remember the birthday, so you no need to greatly do anything back to them, right? It's one advantage. Okay, what I'll do is I have some slides with me. We'll go for it. Now, before I go on, do anyone have some basic questions I can attend to you so that I can start some content? We can refresh some content. Can I help anyone here with some questions related to the exam or exam preparation? You stuck somewhere, subject, some questions coming up? All right. So which means
Hi,
we are
Shri.
all so much. Oh, yeah, there's a question. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to understand what is near critical path.
I think you messaged me on this. Okay. So what you read in Google, you never left Google. Google Uncle, you have tried already. What you tried there?
Oh, I did not try Google though.
Okay.
I just read the book. I understood the critical path, but
Nice.
after that, there was
Nice.
something called near critical path, which I couldn't actually visualize.
Visualize it. Okay, nice. So what is critical path usually? What is the meaning of critical path, if you understood?
It is the longest duration. Oh, sorry. Yeah, longest duration. That
Okay. The sentence is totally confusing, right? Always.
yeah, that is actually confusing.
Okay, let's not go by so English words, not needed so English words. If you want to vacate one city to another city, there'll be something which you have to do mandatory, then only you can vacate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be contract signing, could be booking the transportation. A benefit of all, I'm going to mute most of you to harass the background sound. You want to book your transportation, you have to relocate all the items from here. Certain things you have to do, very important things. Only these things are completed and that will make your project looks good, isn't it? Then only things can get better then. So now in a project, you have multiple tracks running. One track is about A, one track is about B, one track about C, multiple tracks. When I say about vacating from one city to another city, you didn't do only one action, you do multiple actions. Now in this, there'll be one track, which will be the longest, and also that's the shortest time you can do the work. That's the English sentence. I believe you understood critical path is a path which has very important activities which need to be done without having any delay. Did you got that point? Without any delay?
Yeah.
You read that point. Very good. Nice. Now then, what is a near critical path? There could be some other path, one more path, which has activities which can have some duration, which can get closer to the critical path. I believe in our classes, we have seen one example which talks about critical path. 14th number is 14, some number we saw there. Non-critical path, which could be of 13, which could be a near critical path. Now, why we should learn near critical path? Let me put the question back to you, from where it popped up and why you want to learn it. Why you want to learn near critical path, from where it popped up? Disappeared? You there? Maybe I cannot hear you. Okay, maybe I lost your voice here. So message here is a path which has some activities which can extend the time, delay the time, which can turn into a critical path. Having more than one critical path in a project is not really a good sign. Having more than one critical path, we have to allocate specific good resources on that path without delaying any activities, which is very high energy consumption in a project. So it is not good or bad. It is about what is near critical path, a path which is non-critical path, which can turn into a critical path. All right. Hope you got that. Let's start with the slides. In that case, people in the cam, thanks a lot for showing your face. You can put your cam and mic off mode. Let's get in. All right. Nice. So what I do is I'll bring up the slides. We'll kickstart. Here we go. Just confirm audio, video, and screen is good for you. Is it good? My audio is good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, nice. Right, first lot, thanks a lot for everyone being here, and welcome to ShriLearning program. I have some of you new here. Do I have anyone new here? Let me see some hands coming up there. First time you're listening to the classes. Anyone here? First time? I'm listening some classes here. Very less amount of people on the first time, because being a crash course, mostly what happened is we try to listen because we already have some knowledge on management. Okay, some of them are new here. People who came new here, welcome to the program. One expectation here is some of us who possess the knowledge of management already, who worked on PMP certification a little bit, basic knowledge, they are working out to bring up their knowledge to the next level to go for the examination. Then what if I'm a new person? I will let you know about it. Let's go a little more down. And first, a happy new year wishes to everyone here. I assume you all celebrated well. And again, this new year, it's going to be a fantastic year because we are coming out of all these restrictions and there is a recession, up, down, up, down, up, down. Things could change a lot and 2023 will be a good year, provided we keep learning and upskilling ourselves. That's very important because of government policy changes, because of global political changes. Yes, some benefit can happen. Top of that, our learning should happen. So happy new year wishes to everyone here. Let's go a little more. What is expected in this crash course? What I want to do is I want to just give some basics about why PMP is important, because if I have 5 people in this room going to tell, or 10 people who's listening in a YouTube going to tell, write the exam, 30 to 40 people every time they join the class, and they'll keep quiet. They'll wait, something I will get out of it. But somehow they don't get the push. Do I really need to go for the examination? So you should understand why it is important to do this. And then what is expected in the examination. 2 things we will see: why PMP and what is in exam they're expecting from you. After which we'll go through something on a scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, people management. These all vast subjects. Every time when I take a class, usual classes, each subject will go for 3 to 4 hours of time, sometimes even 6 hours. So such a huge subject. So I'm trying to bring out some important content on that, and we'll discuss some information about it. Some of you in this room, I assume you read the book already, so you have the information. Like 5, they have started asking, what is near critical path? Many in this room don't even know what is critical path. So there'll be a mix of knowledge people here. So we'll try to see how can we accommodate everyone in this room. And finally, we'll keep it again open for Q&A session. Does it help you? These topics will give some highlight for you, for your learning purpose. Will it give a kickstart? Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Nice. Let's go. All right. Quick information. As I showed the crash course, if anyone in this room, I don't even know what is PMP. I'm just going to start. For you also, you can listen this class all the next 3.5 hours or 4 hours. But top of that, I would expect that be part of January 8th class. That's where the actual, from the basic, it starts. What I'm going to talk now, it's going to be a little advanced for the people who already know the content. For some of you, very fresh, listen, but use it again from January 8th, that is next week. That's information. If you need more information, yeah, please, I believe you all know Rahul. If not, there is a person called Rahul. You can reach out in this number. He will guide you on the details of the course. All right, let's move a little more. Here we go. Before I get on to the subject, just want to give some information. Do you know that you are very special? Shriram, this word I heard when I'm getting married. After that, nobody said. Or sometimes your parents would have said. But do you all know that we as a human being, very special? Do you know what is special about human being when compared to any other living being? Any one quality, can you tell me, which is different for us than any other living being or any creatures? What is one quality? What could be one quality different from us with the other living being? So hard to guess. Unique emotions. James says it's unique. Arun says able to speak. That's good. Varalakshmi says able to speak. Do you know that other animals are not speaking? Maybe we don't understand the language. Maybe they're speaking. Do you guys, how do you know that? Crows can talk to each other. We don't know. Tacit knowledge. Smile. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, so I saw so far speech, intelligence, tacit knowledge, smile. Okay, is this the unique things we have? We are different from other living beings or any other creatures? Anything more pops up? Okay, I will give you 2 things. These are the 2 things which makes us happy, also makes us sad or feel bad. 2 things. Okay, let me show that. You can let me know whether it is true. Read out these 2 words here. Read out these 2 words. Let me know, is these words are so much for human being? Memory, the past records of whatever happened from your childhood. You can recall everything. You can recall everything which happened in 2022. Do you remember at least 4 or 5 good incidents, hard incidents of 2022? Do you? If you remember that, that's the greatest memory you carry with you. And this is one of the greatest human faculty. It's about memory, keeping things in mind. You can recall good and bad. Same way, imagination, thinking for 2023, what all can happen? 2024, what will happen? At the age of 50, what will happen to me? So a human being is so special on 2 categories about memory of carrying something with us, imagination of something going to happen. Now, what is good and bad on this is, bad side is there are many people who can keep in memory of hard things happen in their life, bad things happen in their life. If you ask them 2022, what all happened? They may not talk all the good things. They mostly talk whatever went wrong totally. So people worry about memory of what has happened. And there are some people have imagination of what if I get sick? What if I will die? What if a recession happens? I lose a job. It's an imagination which has not happened. So people are there to worry about memory, worry about imagination. There are people who can be happy with the memory. Still, we are alive, crossed COVID. We are breathing. We have food. We have life. There are people, life will be beautiful in the upcoming years. It's up to you and me how to use this memory and imagination. Now, if you decide in the year 2023, I will carry the good memory of whatever happened and good imagination of what is going to happen, I'm sure this year will be a great year. So which group you want to be there? You want to be with a good memory and good imagination? Will you do that for the upcoming time? Do you? If you do that, that's fantastic. All right, let's go. Amrita says yes. Giri says yes. Okay. Rest of them says, okay, it's okay. Still a little bit there. Okay. It's up to us. How do you pick it up? It's a beautiful thing of human thought process, how you make your life happy based on the memory and imagination. All right. Let's use these great things in a high, refined and very happy thought process. Let's go to why PMP. Now, when I say why PMP, let me ask this question to the people here. Why do you think you want to get PMP certified? What could be the primary goal? Anyone want to share? Is it for a job? Is it for promotion? Is it for salary hike? What makes it? Better job, higher salaries, makes sense. I like that. Matthias says better job. Better job to learn about management, to become professional, focused. Better prospects in future, imagination. Future prospects should be good. All right, nice. Thanks a lot. Thanks for sharing. Okay, future ready, risk assessment. Okay, nice to know. Good to know. What I heard here is more or less of how the future going to be. Or some of them will tell that, how do I perform in the current job? In the current job, I should be able to be excelling on the way, how do I implement? Okay, Faidya, for your information, I'm muting you. Background sound. Thanks a lot. Understand business terminologies, which to communicate with my stakeholders. There are multiple reasons. But one thing I found with the people who came for PMP certification or any courses is, the only word they keep telling is self-confidence, or a couple of words, self-confidence. Whoever learns, whoever gets certified, whether they go to new job, high salary, even though whether they change to different countries, that's a different story. But the one thing they keep telling is, I'm getting self-confidence on my knowledge. I'm getting self-confidence on how do I present with my stakeholders. I do get self-confidence on my life. So if you feel that if you want to get a good self-confidence, learning is very important. That too, such a kind of courses. Let us see some more information. First of all, thanks a lot for the people who shared info. Let's see something about the pulse of 2023. There is a short video. This video is released by PMI Stats Data Information Center. they have given about what can be expected in 2023. Of course, there are a lot of things that are going to happen in 2023, but some areas as a leader, as a manager, we have to focus. Now, this video will give you some hint of which areas are highly expected. Let us quickly watch this and come back. What I have sounds shared. Let me check the volume level. Yeah, it's high. All right, let's play this video quickly. Yeah.
When it comes to real-world projects and the challenges they face, it takes problem solving, communication, collaborative leadership, and strategic thinking to deliver results. And project professionals with these power skills make a big impact on success. Power skills, also called soft skills or interpersonal skills, provide a clear advantage when tackling those challenges, both in individual projects and across organizations. PMI's Pulse of the Profession 2023 report, Power Skills, Redefining Project Success, explores why organizations that prioritize these critical skills see more successful projects and enhanced value delivery. To understand what drives project value, PMI analyzed data from nearly 3,500 project professionals. Survey results show that communication, problem-solving, collaborative leadership, and strategic thinking are the 4 most critical power skills in helping to fulfill organizational objectives. Explore the report and learn how organizations that put emphasis on power skills stand out for their commitment to factors that drive project success, including benefits realization maturity, organizational agility, and project management maturity. Download the Pulse of the Profession report now on PMI.
All right. So I'm sure some of you would have seen this video before. What do you feel is a key thing what they mentioned here? Did you found this skill, the power skill, what they mentioned, is one thing which is going to drive more of leadership? Or do you think we may need more about this, like stats, data analytics, and engineering or technical knowledge, which is highly expected for leadership? What do you think? What is your thought about this power skills? Do you think it's very important what the book says here or the stat says here? Do you?
Yeah, problem solving. Oh, that is very important. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice, right? Problem solving skills. So it's not about market is looking for, there is a person called subject matter expert, SME, who will always solve the problem. And there will be one person who will do always a people management. There will be one person who will do all the data gathering work. Now, the market is more or less looking for a person who can possess different skill sets. You will have a knowledge of effective people management, great communication, analytical abilities, problem-solving skills, data gathering, data presentation, good communication with good presentation skills. So do I need to be a superstar in all? The answer goes, no, it's no need to be a superstar. But on a need basis, are you able to arise to that occasion? Can you do that? We will see something about that in the course. We talk about a T-shaped employees, a T-shaped people, where you expect people to have depth knowledge in some areas. On some area, you have a broader knowledge. Now, I'm talking the topic about why PMP, because when I saw the video there, the content, what they mentioned about power skills or people management, this is the one you read in depth in project management course like PMP. Some of us read it for exam purpose. Shriram, how much I have to read stakeholder management, resource management, communication management, but they don't understand that sometimes you are reading what is expected for next 4 to 5 years in the market. If you read it only theoretically, how can I solve the exam question? Yeah, it's an exam question. You got certified. Very good. You see the numbers here? I'm showing the picture numbers, right? The numbers keep on growing. If you see now where we are, November 30, right? We are almost now 1.3 million. 1.3 million, at least 13 lakhs of people has cleared PMP in the world. Now, let me ask this question. Do you think this number is very high or it's low for the population what we have? What's the number here? It's low. Low, okay. Okay, but still we see a lot of people in the LinkedIn posting, hey, I've cleared. Some of them get scared. Oh my goodness, these many PMPs in the world. God, man, will I get a job? For a surprise, it's too low. What is the world population now? I'm talking population means elderly people, young, everyone is here. World population. Did we touch some billions? Recent population stats, 7 billion? Seriously? 7 billion? Oh my goodness. Just Google it once. You'll be surprised. So population is going closer, higher to 8 billion. Now, with this population, working population could be some level. In working population, managerial leadership people will be some level. Now this managerial leadership qualified, MBA qualified, or some of them business mind from their family already possess. Not everyone need a PMP certificate, but PMP certificate is a trademark telling that, okay, you have read an international certification, which is a tough exam to go through, which means you really read the book. You understood the concept. Tomorrow, if I call you for the power skills, problem solving skills, which you learned, you may not question me in the office, why should I do this? Rather, you know that only when I take care of my team members, my project will be successful. Only when my project is successful, my corporate will be successful. For this, I no need to sit and take class for you because you have learned PMP. As a person who qualified into PMP, you know what is servant leadership. You know the flavor of agility, how quickly you can make changes. This is what market is expecting. Now, if anyone here edge of whether to do PMP or not, whether do I write the exam, the more you delay, the more opportunity you lose in your life. Maybe 2023, the market is opening, a lot of opportunities, but you didn't clear yourself. You're just waiting, let me do later. Later is later, keep on going. I did in the year 2016. Let's see the numbers. I did in the year 2016. What's the number here? When I did PMP, this is the number we had. Now, how many years? In this, I would have contributed along with my team, few numbers we were added here. Okay, ShriLearning given some numbers, but more to come in future. Only thought with me is it's not about getting certified, increasing the number. The knowledge what you gain and how do you exhibit in your corporate will improve your life pattern. If you want to do something in 2023, very good, be expert on what you are. If you decided you are going to be a project manager, project lead, have a high quality of knowledge, high quality of information, and then start executing it in your corporate, I'm sure success is yours. All right, that's about the why you need it. I know some of you know already. I don't want to push you further, but what is expected in the exam? Let's see something on the exam part. Exam part, quickly. I assume most of you know this. There are 3 domains expected in the exam. You are expected to talk about people management very well. This is the most underestimated by many. Some of them think that I talk well with my uncle. I handle my family problems very smoothly. Shriram, in my WhatsApp group, I am the admin. These are the people think themselves, they are super good in people management. Some may be good. I'm not denying that. Because you are an admin in WhatsApp group doesn't mean you are a great manager. Could be wrong, could be right. But the books are trying to explain more detail about diversity, people skills, how to collaborate, how to talk to stakeholders, how to systematically record the information. There are a lot of information here which you have to learn with a complete interest, rather just how many questions I answer today. Shriram, I took a 40 questions exam, Shriram. I got only 40% mark. What to do? I'm fine even if you get lower mark, but are you understanding the concepts? If not, you will have a certificate, but nobody will recruit you. When you go to an interview, you don't get the feel of how to handle people, how to understand the process, how to get the business knowledge. So messages in PMP examination, they are not expecting you book knowledge. I'm talking specifically to all my friends where we learned from Indian education system for a long time, where we are very focused on mark scoring. how many marks I will get. Exam is not worried about it. Exam is clearly looking for, are you conceptually clear? If I give a 12-member team, will you take care of this team like a parent take care of their children? Will you take care of a project like you care about a new car which you bought? You clean the car, you make sure gear is working properly, you drive safely, you park safely. How do you do? It's your car. Do you have this interest, or somebody will do the work? Let me close the laptop and go home. Is it a mindset you have? So the PMP exam, I'm talking about the topic, what is expected in the exam. They want you to have knowledge of all these things. After gathering all the knowledge, you bring the essence out of you, telling that, hey, I've read it. I also understood this is not theoretical. Conceptually, I'm getting the essence of the subject. That is why the exam gets tough for some of us who don't get it, right? So main expectation exam is you should have a 3-domain knowledge very clearly. Also with that, you should have agility. How many of you here newly learning Agile because of PMP? Anyone here? You're learning Agile because of PMP. I have some of them. Okay, what is your thoughts or liking towards Agile because you're learning it for the first time? Do you have a liking or do you hate Agile? What is your thought?
We can be more flexible,
Okay.
Sriram. Last 10 years, I was just following completely, waterfall model. I so strict on, like processes and all other stuffs. Okay. My team member itself, start feeling like, what happened to this guy? He's now, like talk about collaboration, learnings. He don't shout. Even if we do mistakes, he's accepting the mistakes and, like trying to do something, corrective actions, preventive actions. Even my,
Nice.
like my boss also, the way I'm replying to their emails, they also started feeling that, the agility thing.
Okay, a nice point. I really like it. The people who founded Agile will be very happy hearing from you. But one question to you. Do sometimes team take you for granted when you give such a open freedom? What is your thought?
Sometimes, but there should be some level of control also should be there. Like I'm talking about, exposing the team to the management, that is completely stopped. Whatever they do, I stop in my end itself. It will not go beyond my level. So even if it is failure, I start accepting the failure from my end. Yes, it is failed because of this reason. And these are all the corrective actions like that. See, one thing which I felt by reading the books, by attending your classes and everything, to all the aspirants I'm saying here, it's not about, like only passing the exam. The way the change come to you in your life, like, it's energizing changes. Like too many things I changed, like in my life itself. In my personal life and as well as official life, both together.
That's good to know. Good to know, Rabik. That's a good start of January 1st with a lot of positivity.
Exactly.
Nice. Good. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the input. Now, why I ask this question is, being Agile very new to us. Sometimes we try to read. Agile means, okay, there are 4 values, 12 principles I have to read. Agile means there is a role called a Scrum Master. The Scrum Master will be a servant leader. So kind of we try to read more. You remember it. When you go to exam will not ask you, do you know 4 values? They will not ask you, do you know 12 principles? What Rabik said now, that will be the question. When there is a team, will you be giving a freedom of a failure? Will you be collaborating? This won't be a direct question. Indirectly, they'll put a question. Sometime how a spouse question you when you come late from office, indirectly. So they try to understand what you did at office. So now the way the PMI asks question is, they're not going to ask, tell me the 4 values. No. So they're going to ask you, do you get the essence of it? What Rabik said is a real example. That's a question in exam. If you get that point, super good. So again, coming back, the topic of PMI is in exam expectation is read all the subject, practice all the questions, but don't worry about the scores, because it's all about the mindset. But before you go to main exam, In the practice exams, I'll tell you what to score or how to do. In some time, I'll explain it. That is a needed area. Umar, you have something to share? I saw your hands going up.
Yeah, hi Shri. Sorry for joining late. I had some broadband issue.
No problem.
So this is my first time with you, and I have also a couple of friends joined whoever managed.
Nice.
So I just want to know, because I missed initially, how we are projecting towards the meeting for today. What is the agenda and how we gonna cover it up?
Okay.
So,
you want to know the agenda, right, for the day? For the day, quickly, I know people have seen with me. Okay, these are the points. But this is a crash course, Umar. I just gave a hint. Crash courses for the mostly people who already read some content and they come for here because they're approaching the exam. So we will talk something about the why PMP and what is expected in the PMP. That's what we are reading and discussing now. And then I'll go to some subject area. So you can listen for requirement gathering, scheduling, cost management, quality management, people management. These are the big fishes in the PMP course. We'll talk some topic in this area, and then we go for Q&A. And also I was telling Umar, if some of you very new, don't worry, because we have a session starting on January 8th, which goes elaborately, because the whole session is about 40 hours of classes. So 40 hours of classes, you can't make it in 4 hours, but we try to give some subject for the people who close to the exam. Hope that helps you, Umar.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic. Nice. By the way, Umar, I was showing some numbers here. If you missed it, there's a number of people who cleared exams, and maybe soon your number will be added here. Okay. All right. What I was giving here, back to the topic here, about the domains. In PMP exam, we have 3 domains. I'm sure you all are aware of it. But many may not be aware that these 3 domains further subdivided into categories. When I say categories, integration is the key factor of whole project management, the center point. This center point is covered by 6 constraints. Can somebody help me? Tell me which are the constraints here? Constraints. If you don't handle it, a project will not go well. If you handle it, project will be in control. Which are the constraints?
Cost, quality, resource, schedule,
cost, quality.
risk,
Resource,
Schedule, cost,
risk,
Schedule,
resource,
communication.
communication, risk.
communication.
Risk.
communication
Okay, 6 constraints are here. Okay, let me put it in a better right order. Okay, I'll do like this.
quality.
There is something called triangle. They call us iron triangle or triple constraints in any project in the world. It could be software, it could be a bridge construction, it could be your crash course, it could be PMP certificate, it could be anything. These 3 items, 1, 2, and 3. These 3, if you have a focus, chances are you will be in the right order. At the same time, you should also have a focus on few areas called as quality, resource, and risk management. When I say resource, we talk about material, equipment, and what is the other one?
Human.
Very important area where you all
Resource,
get BP, sugar because of these guys. Okay, because we gave BP when we are junior resource, isn't it? We did this to our seniors, now they are doing to us. Okay, now people is the most toughest area to handle. By this way, these all things, right? But if you bring something called Agile inside the system, Agile too likes all these ingredients, but Agile give one other variant which you all like it. It starts with the letter V. Can anyone guess it out? What will be that?
value,
Exactly. Agile says that, okay, guys, I agree all these constraints exist in Agile project also. But what if you are giving me something within the requirement, within the time, within the money given to you? But if it does not add any value, is this project success or failure? Tough question, right? Tough question. Okay, let me take an example of a smartwatch. How many of you here wearing a smartwatch? We want to be smart with our watch. Anyone have a smartwatch with you? Most of you, isn't it? You all have a smartwatch. Now, can you tell me this smartwatch, what you wear or some of your friends are wearing, how beneficial it is? or how it is adding value to you in your life? What way it's adding value? Is it showing time? Yeah. Is it showing your heartbeat rate? Is it showing your sleeping time? Is it showing every 1 hour you have to stand and stretch yourself? It is showing how many feet you walk. Even though some are right and some are wrong with the data, but the watches what we are wearing 20 years back or 15 years back, it has a different parameter. The watches what you wear today, it is somehow pushing some value to your life. Now this watch, I'm not worried whether they are done within requirement, whether they're done on time, whether they deliver it within the cost. But more than that, I'm very much worried or very much happy what value addition it can give to my life. Now the market is looking any product what you deliver, which should provide some value to customer. If that value addition is not there, whatever you discuss here will fail. But for that reason, don't take it for granted. These all not needed. These all anytime needed. On top of that, we need value. For this value addition in Agile, we use a term called customer centricity. Have you heard about this term, customer centricity? Customer centricity, which means you keep an eye on the customer. If you go to a restaurant, in restaurant these days, the moment you enter, they start focusing on you, helping you. So how can I help you? How many people are with you? I have a family of 5 people. So do you have any kids coming with you? I have a kids chair, sir. We'll give a chair for them. So there is a corner seat, which is so good for a family to sit there. The way they're giving a response for the customer when they come to the restaurant, it's purely customer centricity. When these all taken care, restaurant also can work properly. This is the way some restaurants work. Some restaurants don't even bother where you sit. It's okay, yeah. Sir, AC not working. I feel warm here. Yes, sir, AC is not working for 1 week. Can you give a fan? We don't have a fan. For a child seat, we don't have a seat. Next time, definitely will not go there. Now, coming back on this customer care, this is not a new thing. We are talking customer care for hundreds of years. But now the media has improved. Now we have more knowledge workers. We talk more about customer focus. So now, coming out of these topics, these are 10 items. It's what you're going to learn in PMP courses. PMP is a course which makes you to be very strong in this area, plus Agile, to talk about value addition to customer. Here, Agile is not more focused on what a Scrum Master will do, what product owner do, because every batch in a class, I get some people CSM certified, working as a Scrum Master. It is a small pond of water. If you start thinking from that direction, PMP will get tougher for you. PMP is an ocean. It starts talking for a managerial leadership to take you to the CEO level. It is not only at one level. So learn what is Scrum Master, learn what is Agile management, but come little out. Agile is looking for how do you add value to the customer. PMP exam will try to see, do you see agility is a way to deliver customer early a valuable product? That is what PMP exam expect from you. Okay. All right. Let's go a little more. Exam rules. Okay, I just now showed you what is expected in the exam. Some rules we'll see, because some of you here may not try or get close to the exam. So quick information for people. If you have more questions on this, we'll talk Q&A session in the end of the class. Just quick information I'll share with you for the people who don't know about the exam. Exam has a totally 180 questions. And you have 230 minutes to answer, 230 minutes, which nothing but 4 hours of time. No negative marking. Okay, 180 questions, no negative marking. In the computer, 1 question at a time will pop up with the 4 answers or 5 answers will be there. You will choose 1 answer or more than 1 answer for a choice. You will learn more about when the class starts. If you look at here, you have a 60 minutes questions. I mean, we break the exam into 3 segments, 60, 60 and 60. In between, you get 2 breaks, official break, and this break is a free of time. They don't include it in the main hours, which means you can take a break, go out, drink water, eat something, come back and start the exam. I know many of you know about this, just to recall so that you know that exams are not so tough. In exam, you get the result pass or fail. Only two things. Okay, no mark will be shared with you. They will just tell your pass. Then how do I know how much I scored? They tell you by grade. When I say grade, above target, target, below target, they give some information to you. And there are many questions like this. What if internet goes off when I write an exam in my home? What if computer crashes? What if? For all these things in ShriLearning website, we are given a lot of FAQs, but still I'll let you know that PMI is an institute. Once you pay the fee, anything happens like this, they won't let you down. They will definitely help you. We have the system how to apply in case your computer crashes. You will apply back and then they'll give chance to write the exam again one more time. The exam is a very interesting subject to talk. Usually people talk about this when they come close to the exam. Since some of you are kickstarting in the year 2023, be prepared. 180 questions. You can practice well in ShriLearning. We have exam papers. Practice it. You can use it as a ground to test yourself before go to the main exam. So exam can be written from home at your convenience with your computer. You can write the exam from the Pearson Center. I'm muting some of you. Pearson Center is a center. Every city has it. If you're from Bangalore, Mumbai, you're sitting from New York City, everywhere they have a center. You can book a center, go and write the examination. So exam basics is you should be prepared that 4 hours you have to write the exam. If you have that, it's sufficient for you. All right. Any thoughts, any questions before I move to the next one? Good. Good.
I just wanted to have a point on the previous slide. You mentioned triple constraint.
Oh, you're going to subject. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
But there was 6 constraints you were sharing.
Yes.
So is it triple means 3?
Yes.
So why
Okay.
6?
Okay. First, I say there are very important 3 constraints. It's called a triple constraints. That is what we have discussed, which is called scope, schedule, and cost. On top of that, there are 3 more constraints. That is where quality, resource, and risk. But this is not called triple. This is what called triple. Okay. But totally in management, we have 6 constraints as per the management books. When I say 6 constraints, this is a triple. On top of that, we have 3 more addition of other constraints which can impact the project.
So if in exam, we will get a question, which are the 3 triple which are the triple constraint, like, for example, just for the sake.
Okay.
Then we will mention these 3 or?
Yeah, this 3 will mention. But the question which you asked, if they ask it, I'm sure all the PMP guys will be, wow, I love it, man. Flying kisses, huh?
Yeah.
PMI never asked like that. But 3 constraints are very famous in the history of management books. For a long time, we talk them as a triple constraint. It's called iron triangle.
Golden triangle.
Yeah, if you touch one, other will have impact. If you touch a scope, cost will have impact. If you touch cost, schedule will have an impact. That's why they do this like this order.
All right. Thank you.
Shriram, is customer satisfaction is a part of that constraint?
Yeah, it's part of it, but we don't call it as a constraint. It's a value addition. That's why it showed value, agile value, right? But they put it in the box. In the Rita book, if you go, there'll be a box which talks customer satisfaction as a part of it. But it is pretty hard to measure customer satisfaction. So we keep taking surveys and feedback, reviews with the customer. But still, that is little out of control to measure. The measurable, what is measurable? Your quality is measurable. Cost is measurable. Yeah, customer satisfaction. Yeah, you keep taking surveys and feedback, but it's also part of it. But we don't call it as a constraint. It's part of the management completion of the project. Like we have something called scope validation. You validate it. They say, yes, it's working. That's what it is.
Okay.
Perfect. What we'll do is we'll start with the first one. Do anyone have a question? Okay, perfect. Let's start. What's the time now? Perfect. It's 5:50 for you. Okay, let's start with the scope management. I have scope, schedule, cost. 3 constraints, the iron triangle. This subject is so vast, okay? Believe me, but I'm going to talk only the key areas. I'm not going to go deep inside. Deep insight starts from next weekend. So now what we do is we'll go and see what is in scope management. First, a picture as you look here, product scope, project scope. 2 scopes are here. You can see a circle here. The circle talks about project and product scope. I know some of you read the scope management in this class. Can someone give a comment? What is product scope from your perspective as you read the books?
Delivering the products value.
Features, features of the product
related to product specifications.
Very good. Very good.
Customer expectation.
Features. Okay. Features and functions. Okay. Nice to know. Nice to know. Can we put in one single word telling that what actually customer is expecting? Can we call whatever they expect, that's called product scope? Which you call it as a features, functions, and characteristics. If I take this mic has certain characters and features. This is why we buy this product. Is that right?
Yes.
We buy this product because of a clarity of the voice. It has some buttons, some features, USB connection. That's a features, isn't it? Now, a team is working to deliver it. And this team which is working to deliver it is called project scope. How? When I say how, work performed. In your office, do you do project scope or product scope? Which one you do in your office? Or combination of both? What do you do? Combination of both. If you are a project manager or a project team member, scrum master, product owner, developer, mechanical engineer, something you're doing there, you are trying to convince your customer with whatever they asked, you develop it, you build it, you do it. What you do to make sure the mic is working, it's a product scope for which you do some management of whatever you learn now. What are the constraints you learn now? You learned, let's say, you said about scope management, you said about schedule management, you said about cost management, quality management, resource management, risk management. Further down, we have communication, stakeholder, all are happening. Now, your project scope is a big picture. Work performed to deliver a product. But I used to ask this question as a customer. Now I'm seeing from the company perspective. Imagine you work in an X company. Y company gave you the order. Okay. Y company gave the order. X company are working. I'm talking from X company perspective. We are having two circles, project scope, product scope. Very good. Nice. What is customer interested on? The Y company, the company is interested on the project scope or interested on product scope? Which one is interested on?
Product scope.
Product scope. Even though explicitly they don't mention it, but many customers are very interested to know what you are going to deliver. I know this mic is developed by, let's say, 25 people team member. They have a schedule management plan, cost management plan. They have a scrum master. They have a Jira board. They have a Bira board, whatever you have. End of that, when they want to show a demonstration, I want to see how this mic will work, isn't it? But definitely I would need other factors also. I'm not denying that. But my eyes from the Y company always on the focus of, is this mic will have that digital quality which I asked for. Then I go to the company called Accenture. Then I go to the company called Facebook. Then I go to the company called some XY company. I go to this company because they have a project management well-defined. They have a good team who can manage this very efficiently so that they can deliver quality product. So coming back here, scope management is, first thing, understand what customer is needed. Project scope is how we are going to deliver it. Combining together, we do something called scope management. But you should know something very interesting called requirement gathering. For requirement gathering, you have to go a little deep inside product scope. Let's see some factors about it. Meantime, I have some question from Raja. What is the difference between product, backlog, user stories? Okay, Raja, I think you went a little advanced. Let's wait and go there. Okay. Raja, can I assume you're part of our classes? You listened to a session before?
Yeah, Shriram. I was listening to your class before. I'm going to take my exam in a couple of weeks. So I just, so out of curiosity, I'll just ask the question.
Okay. If you listened before, probably we discussed about in scope management elaborately. What is this, a product backlog details? Have you listened?
Yeah, I did remember, but I just want to
back.
revise it once again.
Nice. Okay, nice. I'll come back to you. Nice. Since I am attending Raja's question and other people, I just go for the requirements here. Now, requirement gathering is part of what all customer is expecting. There are various ways of collecting the requirement. There's no one single way, okay? Multiple ways. Here, don't see from agile perspective, non-agile perspective, just understand requirement gathering is part and parcel of project. There are multiple ways. Usually, you don't see a project manager sit and collecting the requirements. You will have some specific roles like business analyst, sometimes product owners, sometimes technical leads talk about it, or sometimes could be a project manager also can collect it. But requirement gathering is a very important phase. In this important phase, sometimes this happens even before project kickstarts. Some companies collect all the requirements, get ready, then the project starts. Some organization project will start, then the team starts working on gathering the requirements. So it is not about when it happens, but how clearly it happens decides your project success or failure. There are some people have an assumption in Agile, they don't even collect requirement. Straight away they'll start working. Do anyone believe like that? Or do you feel Agile also needs proper detail of requirement before the project starts? Do you feel that? Because some of people who qualified into some certifications of Agile, they have a feel Agile means tomorrow work, today I'll collect the detail. It is not the way it works. They have something called product roadmap. They have a product milestones. They have a product backlog. When I say backlog, it has a collection of details, what all we have to do at least 1 quarter. At least 2 quarters of detail will be there. Let's talk more about it. All right, we go a little more down on the collection of details. Now, when I say requirements, on the screen, what you see is about a functional and non-functional. Let me ask this question. Do you think any project will have both functional and non-functional? Do you think so? Any product will have functional and non-functional? Do you?
Yes.
Okay. People who said yes, don't feel bad. What is non-functional? In the screen, you have the data, but what is non-functional? Functional, we know. I said mic should have digital quality. It should observe this, this are features. What is non-functional? Can we call? Go ahead.
That warranty, that kind of thing. The after sales services, something like
After
that.
sales
is non-functional.
Okay, nice. Quality. Let's think like this, not after sale. Think like this, because somebody is ordering you a product. Before deliver, do you have non-functional there? Do you? Yes, you have, right? Look at the screen, you can tell security requirements, reliability, usability, performance, technical requirements. I'm not talking only from software perspective. Any product which we deliver needs all these things. Let's imagine in your home, you have a washing machine, you have a micro oven. Let's take washing machine, okay? Washing machine has non-functional requirements. What is non-functional? In a day, you're going to run the washing machine 4 times or 8 times. I don't know whether you run like that. When you go for a tour with your family long distance and come back, a lot of dress materials, you will wash on the same day. Imagine after 3rd time doesn't work. You'll be surprised. Then you call these guys, they say, no, we didn't test it more than 3 times. We have tested only 3 times. Don't do washing more than 3 times. You'll be, oh man, I bought this only for 3 times washing in a day. I can wash 4th time. There are some reliability, security, stability, sustainability. Lot factors should be tested, which is inbuilt of these features. When something is delivered, it should sustain that. There is a dining table. A dining table will have 4 legs. And the legs should be this much of strength. Wood should be teak wood. The design should be like this, functional. Non-functional, on top of the table, if you place some weight, how much weight it can sustain, your reliability. Sometimes that can be part of your test cases also, usual cases. On many places, it should be part of your non-functional requirements to make sure these all taken care. Now, this too can come from customer. Sometimes your team members can give a non-functional requirements. Sometimes an SME can give it. Sometimes the benchmark in the market can give it. Isn't it? When I do a product, I can see another product in the market. What is their standard? I want to come to their standard. Lenovo laptop can function without rebooting for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 months. What it is? It's part of non-functional. I'm not going to functionally, Lenovo laptop should have this, RAM, hard disk, all stuff, all good. But non-function can be something more. Now, as a requirement gathering, a business analyst or a product owner, they keep an eye on both these factors. As a project manager, you will stay top of that to see, am I covering both the features for my customer? Yeah. All right. You got that? What is non-functional? All right. Let's see some more. Let me come to what Raja was asking. Rajan, someone was asking, right, about the backlog. Now, as I say, this is going to be a crash course. You are seeing some high-level information. You got the requirement. Now, requirement has to go down further. What do you mean by go down further? It should go into some place where people can view that and do some work, isn't it? Somewhere you have to keep the work requirement. A requirement comes as a raw information, R-A-W, raw. So what do you mean by raw? When I say raw, when a customer is giving a requirement to my business people, they'll be very open and tell that I want this, I want that, I want this. They don't bother about whether it's possible or not possible. They just keep telling all. Even your technical team don't know whether they can do it or not. Now, what will happen is they do some product analysis. They do some product analysis. They do alternative analysis. They try to see, when I say they, it could be the project team. It could be the Y company. They'll sit and talk. Doable, not doable, exclusions, inclusion, acceptance criteria. So they start talking more. When they get all these details, it gets refined. It gets a juice form. Now it gets refined. Now we can put it in a way called WBS, work breakdown structure. This is very common in a predictive model of project. What you see on the left side, the work breakdown structures are pretty common in most of the predictive model industry because they have a hierarchy of decomposing the work. If there is a building, it starts from floor 1. From floor 1, they put how many rooms are there. In rooms, they take a living room and there may be a cooking area. In living room, what all should be there? In cooking area, what all should be there? But Shriram, do I need to write all the details? In WBS, they try to write all. This is why requirement gathering takes longer duration in predictive model. A bridge, a government is going to come up with a bridge in one particular area. Government will sit and talk with L&T in India. L&T is a big construction group in India. They'll sit and talk with them. They will collect the details 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 year. Let's take a bullet train plans in India. They're talking for the last 3-4 years. It'll go for another 4 years. They'll collect information as much because the more they collect, they start seeing the dependencies. They start seeing the risk factors. They start seeing, is it possible or not possible? They'll talk more about it, get more detail before you start. But Shriram, we can use Agile, right? Why don't we use Agile in bullet train? Why don't we use Agile in bridge construction? We can up to some level because these kind of work need more planning. In middle of the work, I cannot change my course correction, which will be very expensive process. I have to demolish some pillars, come up with a bridge. I have to do something rework, scrap cost, labor unavailability, lot problems are there. So certain works should go properly planned. I see this problem with people who live only in an AC room with a laptop. And they think internet is life, laptop is life, Agile is life. They have to go a little out and see there is a world. Not always you can do in agility. Certain things you have to plan properly, do properly. Agility can be blended, but not totally. I'll come to Agile in a few minutes. So before that, there is a way called WBS to systematically do this. PMP exam will expect this knowledge from you. Don't think PMP is so trendy, they'll always look into Agile. Agile questions will come. On top of that, they will see, are you having this knowledge? There is a situation, you have to plan. You cannot blindly tell, no, I won't plan. Now, on the left side, what you see is a WBS, which puts decomposing the work. And this work further goes to schedule management, where we talk about how to do time management. I'll come to that in schedule management. But for now, understand, WBS is a pictorial representation of decomposed work of a whole project. But Shriram, I don't have all the information, man. Some area I feel we have to discuss. Yeah, we can do that. That is called progressive elaboration. We do a little later on about it. But majority of the details will be in the WBS already there. Then what is on the right side? On the right side, what you see is a product backlog. Okay. Now, what is a product backlog? This is again a set of requirements for a project or a product. You will have a collection of all the information which is needed for a project to be completed. Let's take a digital project itself, which is very easy for us. You have a WhatsApp with you. For this WhatsApp, they need a video, they need an audio call, they need a photo sharing, they need a chat. All this, each feature will be added here under the backlog. Now, some work which we know clearly, which will stand on the top, high prioritized. The work which is important to be delivered, the work has high clarity, the work has highest risk, which need to be done early. Those work will be refined, clarified, and that stays on the top of the list. The work which you think can be done next release, the work which can be done on next iterations or releases, it goes down. Now, I'm not going to chase too much inside what is product backlog because it's what you have to read from the books. But point here is a product backlog is a collection of work. A collection of work, but here we don't work on decomposition inside like a WBS. Rather, we keep all the work in the list and the product owner, the customer representative decides which work has to be high priority, which should be low priority. Here, the beauty between WBS and backlog is, in WBS, collectively, X and Y companies sit and work in advance. They put all the list of items and start the work. Whereas in the backlog, we always have one customer representative or more than one customer representative inside our company. They keep an eye on the backlog and understand which should be delivered first, which should be delivered later. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, I'm seeing some questions coming up, very basic questions. Let me see if I can answer it. Shri is asking, product backlog is called roadmap. Shri, why you thought backlog can be a roadmap? How do you think it can be a roadmap? Question back to you. Shri, if you're there. Backlog means something collection of work. How a collection of work can turn to be a roadmap. Roadmap is something, a picture of what we want to achieve, isn't it? That's how it is. Okay, I assume your mic is not working. So roadmap is a picture of from here till the end what all can be achieved, how it's going to be. Whereas a backlog is a collection of work, how much of work we will have in the upcoming releases. We will not have all the work, but the work which is near term will be staying inside the backlog. That's what the difference between them. All right, Vivek is asking, can you know the difference in iterative delivery, incremental delivery with one example? Vivek, I think it will push our concept of discussion today. I'll go forward, but I'll quickly give an idea for you. Can I assume you read the books of Agile already before I explain something?
Yes.
Okay. Iterative delivery, incremental delivery. Okay. Did we discuss this about delivery models where we have iteratively means we work out towards making something perfect repeatedly, right? Repeatedly. We try to get the requirements, get the clarity. It could be even single delivery, but iteratively you work to make sure the final finishing comes up well. Okay. Iterative delivery doesn't mean you have to give every week. Iteratively, you will call your customer to come and check everything is working good. Let's take example of a modular kitchen at your home. You want to bring up a modular kitchen. Iteratively, you and the engineer will regularly have a meet, talk about it until the kitchen gets ready. Iteratively. But it's a single delivery. Finally, give, sir, kitchen is ready. But for this, multiple times you met. Okay. Increment delivery is what? Something very interesting. Whenever a packet of work is completed, we deliver it. If that product has a facility of delivering packets, you can deliver small packets. I used to give the example of a hotel.
Correct.
You order the food. Whenever the food is ready, incrementally they keep delivering. Soup comes in, starter comes in, main course comes in, ice cream comes in, incrementally they deliver. For your information, if you combine both, that's called Agile. Iterative means repeatedly until it gets perfect. Incremental means you keep adding one after the other. When you combine both benefits, iteratively plus incrementally, that becomes Agile. Hope it helps.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, what we'll do is we'll go a little more. Raja, you were asking about Agile. Now, looking at the screen, do you pick up something here? Do you pick up something here? Features, defects, technical work, knowledge work.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, in a backlog, do you think you can have all these items? What is your view after seeing this picture?
No, we can't have. Yeah.
We can have. Why not? A backlog, imagine yourself like a bag. You go for a long travel. The long travel in the bag, a big traveler bag. Okay. In the traveler bag, what do you do? The important things which you want to pick up, you will keep it in the top. Heavy, bigger items, which you won't pick it up now, will it go in the bottom? Is it the way you pack your bag? Usually?
Yeah.
You do, isn't it? That's how we do. So a backlog in Agile, something like your traveler big bag, you keep certain things which you feel we can take later will go down. And smaller, easy accessible items go up. So I answer your question. You were asking question about user stories and what will be in the backlog, isn't it? That's a question.
Yeah, I'm just I was going through the book. So the product backlog and the user stories are both the requirements, right? Which means the same.
Okay. Backlog is a logical name. Where you have a collection of user stories.
Okay.
Okay. Backlog and user stories are not different. Backlog is a logical name. Imagination purpose, I said it's a bag. Okay. In reality, it's an imagination of a logical naming to group it. What do you group it? You will group features, epics, stories. If you go to WBS, in WBS, we call them as work package, activities. Yeah. Same thing here in a different naming convention, like features or maybe stories or tasks. So these all will be inside the backlog. Hope you got it.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. There's a question. What is periodic delivery? Sam, why this question comes up, Sam? Let me understand the background of this question before I answer. Why you want to learn only periodic delivery? Why not other delivery?
Hey, Sriram. Hi. This is Shweta here.
Hey, Shweta.
So my name is in Sam. It is coming like that only from before.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
So
no, already you have explained this iterative and incremental, right? So that's why I just thought to ask about this periodic.
Why periodic? Why not single delivery?
No, if the same kind of work you are doing and every week you are giving the delivery, but the work is whatever you are doing, the work that is unique, like new things only you are doing. So how you will explain that?
Okay. So first thing, there is something called single delivery. I think we all know this. We saw in the video. And then we have something called, what is the other one? Multiple delivery, right?
Multiple delivery, yeah. Single.
Then we have periodic delivery. Then what we have?
Continuous delivery. Continuous
delivery. So single, we know what it is. Multiple, we'll give small components. All together, it becomes a delivery. Okay. Some products goes like this. One of the example I was giving in the video. Let's imagine there is a security system should be done in a building. multiple deliveries. Barricades will be done, swipe card will be done, and access system will be done. All done, then it's called multiple delivery. When it comes to periodic delivery, when the moment you see the word periodic, a timeline is fixed. Every 15 days, something should be delivered or will be delivered. Or every 1 month, something will be delivered. A proper timeline is planned. For this timeline, the milestone is set and we'll work towards it. So here it is all about how we are going to deliver, isn't it? Single or multiple or periodic. And there is something called continuous. Continuous is what? Whenever something is ready, you deliver it. You don't wait for a timeline. But here it is a periodic. You fix a time. Every morning, 7 o'clock, the paper comes in. Every morning, 7 o'clock. You know this is what? Every 2 weeks, a magazine is delivered. That's how in your home you get the paper. You get the paper, you get the magazine periodically. They set it properly. Now, the message here is you're not going to confuse this with agile way of delivery, which is iterative incremental model. This is a general agile, non-agile model of delivery, single, multiple, periodic, right? This is the delivery. Now, how to achieve this delivery? This is where you bring in something called iterative incremental model. I don't want to hijack this class because we are talking scope management, don't want to drive somewhere else, but just to give a clue for you, these are the delivery models, and supporting this only, you will get other factors called waterfall model or agile model. But in world, these are the 4 major model of delivery things happening to the customer. Hope it helps you.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thanks.
Perfect. Let's go a little more. Now, what you saw is a requirement. Now, after requirement, what happens is you have to collect something about reviewing it back. Now, requirement gathering is good. Work is happening. Your team starts delivering it back. When you deliver to the customer, how do your customer knows you are delivering the correct product? How do they come to know? What way they come to know? In your project, what happens?
By reviewing and customer acceptance testing.
Testing and validation.
Okay, fantastic. Customer validation. There is something called UAT. Have you heard about UAT? So there is something called user acceptance testing, if you heard about it. Before this, your team will do a quality check. Whenever you test it, you do unit test. You check it out whether it is working perfectly. Component test will happen. I'm not talking only for the software industry. If you go to other industries, machine industries or construction industry, there'll be some level of testing to make sure things are working as per the requirement. That's the first level. Once this level crosses, in PMP books, you'll see something called validate scope. What I mean by validate scope is, in this place, you will have your team and you will have the customer front coming there. Both the team will sit and work out on what all have been given as requirement. While giving requirement, they'll give some acceptance criteria and they will go through this both. When both matches, it makes it called as a validate scope. And now the customer agrees, okay, it's mapping with what I said. Let me take it back. Now, validate scope is a very common in a predictive model of project, because when predictive model of project, usually the product is delivered end of release 1 or end of a phase 1 or end of the project itself, single delivery. They do this. On the rightmost, what you see is an agile. In agile, what happens is you don't wait for 6 months to deliver. Either you go for periodic delivery or you go for continuous delivery. When you do a continuous delivery, there is something called review in agile. They call it sprint review. Whenever something shippable is ready, we will invite the customer and show to them, hey, you know what? You asked something and we have developed it. Can you please check it out? Now the customer check it up, but here customer don't need to check whole product. Customer checks that portion which to be delivered. That portion. The major difference here is, here you have a big chunk of work to be tested, big, whereas here it is small. Because here we made a plan only for a small set of work. For that work, we done the work and we show to the customer. It's called shippable. What do you mean by shippable? Consumable by the customer. Customer can straight away use it. Whereas here, it need to integrate it, test it all as a whole, then they deliver it. Nothing wrong, nothing right in both the model. Both the model based on the project need. We go for validate scope to show all the content. On the right, we have sprint review to show only for the piece of work what customers expected. And now this confirms that what customers asked for, we delivered. If this fails, the team will go back and see both the case. Here, it will be considered as a bug. There is a problem, fix it. Here also, it can turn into a bug. But the only good thing in Agile is they have something called retrospective. They have something called reviewing of what they have done, good, bad. They learn the lesson, they call lessons learned. They learn faster every 2 weeks and make a course correction. Whereas here, the problem is the failure happens is a big failure because you waited for 8 months or you waited for 2 years to deliver something. When you deliver, the customer says, no, this is not the way it works. Now you have to go back and make a lot of corrections, which is very expensive. And this is the reason many companies brought high quality of testing parameters and a lot of testing tools came in because they don't want to fail end of the product or end of the project. Whereas in Agile, very frequently they test it and very frequently they show to the customer. So customer is also aware what we are developing. There's a mindset change between both of one. At the same time, don't think which is wrong, which is right. Both has its own value. But if your customer is ready enough to do review very regularly, you will go for Agile parameters. Anyone here who do regular reviews in your project? You have? No one does a review. Amazing.
I do review.
You do review. Okay. Yeah, some of them telling you reviews are happening. Okay. Do you think customers reject the reviews, telling that no, this is not what we expected? Does it happen? Does it happen?
Yeah, they give feedback, and so that in the next iteration we can do what the next time.
Yeah, it's a little shocking, right? When we come to know, no, this is not working. But when we work on a 2 weeks sprint or 3 weeks sprint in Agile way, even that review is important, easy to fix it. But in a predictive way, a long stretch of development happen. Now it fails. It's a big failure. We will have a big time consumption there, isn't it? All right.
So basically, in suppose in our case we work for technology. So generally, this Agile is more working for the software companies where software sort of.
Okay, let me understand.
Because you work, yeah.
When you say technology, what do you mean by technology?
Like we are working for the Ericsson for you can say deploying some sites for 5G. And then deploying product first, installing that, and then activating that.
Okay, nice, nice to know. Actually, the Agile started for manufacturing industry in 1970s and 80s, and then information technology industry picked up because there was a lot of changes in the requirement when the work is happening. When a lot of changes are happening, they need a way where they can course correct their delivery model. If you are corporate, when you say technology and 5G implementation, I'm sure a lot of changes will happen. Do you think your work is pre-planned, everything 6 months before?
Yeah, actually, we do. We are more on to the direct, but what we do, product is already, you can say it is already developed in the labs. And for the sake of the customer, they have the, you can scope baseline at the initial of the project when we have the sort of before implementing it, and that is the agreed baseline. And on that baseline, what we do, just not to have a failure or this is not working from customer denial part at the end. On the safe part, we do a test bed. Suppose one site, test site case, and we do all the permutation combinations which customer is, suppose they need 25, you can say 25 gigabit or something speed throughput. So we do all those test cases on that site so as to see whether that is meeting the baseline and the requirements of the customer. And once that is agreed, we do the similar setup for all the sites. And then we go for that pre-AT, what you said, UAT, and before going for the final acceptance.
Okay. If I understand well, you have both hardware and technology and software coming together. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether you are on a hardware side or software side. You're standing in the center. I don't get
both.
If you are sitting for the both, it's a hybrid model you should be following already in your company, because you may be facing the customer who deliver it. What I hear from you is you are the implementation side. But before you, there'll be a number of teams who develop the hardware division. Hardware division work with the software division to make
product development and software development. Yeah.
So in a big program, you are one piece of work there. So in a big program, they will have a hybrid model. A hybrid model will have a predictive, adaptive, and both will come together. So your way of delivery could be some portion of predicted way, some could be of adaptive way. So if I want to answer you, agility, you should see whether that will help you to course correct on the delivery model. If it's going to happen, yes, it will help your way of working. If not, the answer is, the question which you asked is only for software. Answer is no. It's for any industry, provided changes are keep coming for them. Yep. If I understood well, I think yours could be hybrid model. My thought process.
Okay. All right.
All right. Let's go a little more. Let's take a question.
Is it project objectives? Not sure.
Yes. Give a try. Which answer we'll see. I'm seeing some of them giving C. By the way, people are new here. You have to put in the chat box. There is a chat box here. I can see C, A, D. Okay. Do anyone want to justify why you think A is the correct answer? Why you thought A could be the right answer?
The project objectives are defined when we create the project charter itself, and then further when we go on to the planning stage, then we start looking or breaking down those scope and deliverables and objectives, drilling down. So when we take the work breakdown structure, then it has the work package. We can estimate the cost, and we can also estimate the resources required. But we cannot the project.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I'm just eliminating the three parts which we cannot derive it, like work package we can derive, and cost estimates because it is linked to a work package, we can estimate the cost, and resources because the amount of work package it is. So we can get a hint that how many resources are required to do this work package.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, that's good. If this is the case, I have some of them went with answer C also and D as well. If you get a chance to re-vote, what will be your vote? Will you be going for A, C, B? All right, A. Okay, okay. Let's see what's the answer now. I think I heard a good justification here. Thanks for the justifications you've given there. I believe it's very clear that they're talking about derived. Okay, don't focus more on subject now, rather focus on how to see a question in exam. Subject like this, 1,000 questions will be there. In ShriLearning alone, we will have 5,000 questions or 8,000 questions. Every time in the question, yes, learn the subject. Beyond that, how to read the question. Which of the following cannot be derived? When we see a word like this, cannot, and then derived, in a main exam hall, your brain will confuse. Ooh, what to say. So better first is when you say this kind of negative word, try to see what can be derived. What can be derived from breakdown structure? As I heard from Umar talking about the elimination technique, when you say what can be derived, yes, work packages can be come from here, cost estimates can come here, resource required. When you see what can work, cannot work, can stand alone. Our human brain is programmed like this. Straight away, somebody asks you what cannot, it takes long duration to get the answer. At least to me. Anyone here like that? Your brain takes a little time. When they say what cannot, it will take some time. That too in the exam hall, when you are in little pressure, slightly, this part, you will reread the question 2-3 times. Your brain will not function. So main area like this, if it comes, make the negative word to the positive word. What can work? And then you will find the answer. It's better. After that, when you practice in the exams, yeah, now you can read the justification and understand why they give it. Okay, good. I appreciate that. Let's go a little more. One other question, one other word. C-A-D. I have all answers here. B also there. I got all the choices. A, B, C, D. Okay, who is going to justify with this? This question you can answer only when you read the books. Only you know what is called a scope statement. If you're given by assumption, majority of the time it will go wrong. Maybe by luck, sometime it will happen. If you read what is scope statement, it will be better. But before I go further, I'll ask this question. This is a scope statement. Is the scope statement is before WBS or after WBS? That will answer most of your question. Before WBS or after WBS?
Before.
Before.
Before
WBS.
Before WBS.
Before WBS.
Okay. If it is before WBS, now if you look at the answer, you will get the right answer. Which of the following is, as I said, remove this, correct about scope statement. Scope statement will have what? Will it have delivery list? Will it have?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it should.
Will it have exclusions?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. You have
Will
to
it
exclude
have
some-
acceptance criteria?
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, what will be out of it?
Exclusions.
But definitely this needs a reading. If you have not read it, I'm sure it will be tough for you. In the classes, if you observed in the scope management sessions, we will discuss about two important things I ask you to note down a scope statement. One is exclusion. Other one is acceptance criteria. In scope statement, these two are very, very important. After scope statement only, we'll create the WBS. That's why I asked, is it before or after? Once you know the order, chances are you will be able to answer it. Anyway, I know this is not about, again, the subject, about reading the question. When you say reading the question, you look out incorrect means just choose the first, the correct one. But for that, first you should know the subject. If you don't know the subject, it'll be a little tough for you. All right, that's a good attempt for most of us. I see most of you went to C. Why you thought C is an answer? I saw many of you went C. Some of you went C. Why you thought C is an answer? How come you jumped to C? Okay, a little tough for you. All right, little on the scope management. Okay, I know this is Deepesh. Let me mute you. Okay, I know the scope management is a very broad subject. I want to give some highlight about what are the key factors in scope, like requirements, WBS, product backlog, and then you have something called scope statement. You understood something, data is gathered, divided, and the team can do the work. Now let's talk a little on the schedule management. What can be in schedule? Now, when you collect the requirements, what will be the next stages? With the requirement, you can do certain things. One of that is time management. If it is a well predicted project, you will have details where you can start working out on the time frames. If it is a agile way of product backlog, still you can put a roadmap to get some timeline approximation. Let's see both of them, how it happens. Quickly, on the leftmost, what you see here is what happened so far. You spoke with the customer, had some detailed discussion, and then some requirements starts coming out. You do project scoping. What all can be functional, non-functional? What is the project scope, product scope? And that makes you to bring up something called WBS, work breakdown structure, a pictorial representation of what all expected. Then comes the activities. What is activities? Yeah, WBS, further you split it down, that becomes an activities which makes us to do the job at the granular level. So what's the purpose of doing this schedule management? It helps us to find out the activities. When I use the word define, I'm going to elaborate the work, what I have to do. Why I have to elaborate it? When I elaborate it, chances are I know more detail of dependencies between X and Y. Why I should know the dependency? When I know this is a work, when I know this is a dependency, chances are I can estimate the timeline a little better. I'm talking for a predictive model. Even for adaptive model, in a user story discussion, we have to understand what are the dependencies which will help me to give a story point, which will help me to tell what time it will take. But the point here is when you use the word define means elaborating. You sit and talk. The more you talk, it's better, but depends on the model of your project. Some projects you talk more in the beginning, some you talk as the project progresses. Now, schedule management can happen very beginning of the project or as the work progress you can do. Both in predictive and adaptive projects, you can do anytime. But in predictive project, we spend more time in the beginning because based on this, I have to procure some items in the market, isn't it? If I know there is a work package which has to be done in the month of March 2023, I need a full consignment of cement packs should be imported from China. I should plan ahead of time. I cannot tell, hey, come on, man, I'm working in Agile way. I'll tell you I need 1,000 cement packs 1 week before. It'll be a failure. I should know certain things in advance. Same way when you go to Agile way of work, tell me how many resources you need for this particular work item to be delivered for information technology 3 months before. The manager says, I can't tell 3 months before. Let the work starts. I want to see the feedback from the customer. I want to know whether this feature is really needed or not. I may know this only maybe 4 weeks before. Before 4 weeks, I cannot plan anything on here, or before 1 quarter, I cannot plan. There are some work which cannot be planned so advanced, some can be planned. But schedule management stands the center. You adjust accordingly. How do you do that? For this reason, we have some estimation techniques. I'm sure some of you have seen this estimation technique before. On your left, you see some estimations, right? You see some estimation talk about analogous estimation. You take historical information, just reuse it, because I know that that's the way the work going to happen now. Now, what is about parametric estimation? You take historical information, some data from your current project, some database information from yours, combined together, that's going to be your estimation. In both this estimation, you don't use any mathematics. You just use past records. In predictive projects, it's very common, you use the past records. This is why the same companies win the contract, because they show the past record. We have done like this. It's so easy for to do a lot of work. But when you do this, if you see here a project initiation stage, planning or doing work, usually in the initiation stage or very beginning stage, we use analogous and parametric, because this is a place I don't have full detail. I have information, but not full detail. But what to do? I try to take some information from the past. Last year, we did a bridge construction. But before this, we did a school work like this. We did a parking lot for a big commercial area. We did it like this. When I know what I did sometime back, I try to reuse it. It's analogous and parametric. Many companies use it in the very beginning stage. As we start getting deeper, more information about the work starts coming in. Like we spoke about the requirement gathering, WBS, product backlog, you get more details. The more you get detailed, what happens is now you start going better at estimation. The one of the better estimation is called 3-point estimation. Do anyone know there are 3 parameters used in 3-point estimation? What is that? 3 parameters? Do you remember what we discussed in the class?
Optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely.
Wow, fantastic. You all remember it.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely. Those are 3 factors which we usually use it for estimation factors. Now, why we have to use it? Because it talks about the risk parameters. Optimistic, pessimistic. Pessimistic, one extreme, what if it fails? Optimistic, one extreme, what if it is successful? In world, we have people of one extreme, India will lose the match, man. One extreme, India will always win the match. So the two extreme people are there. And in the center, there is a most likely guy. So now we collect all these three, put an average. I think you all know the formula, where it makes you to say that this is a better estimation. On top of that, one more estimation is there. What is that? That's called bottom-up estimation. Do we have formula for bottom-up estimation? Do we have formula? I don't think, right? We don't have formula?
No.
No formula. So what is bottom-up estimation? People who does the work start estimating. They give the data. They even do a sample out of it. I used to give an example. In this room, somebody want to paint the wall. Analogous estimation will tell that last year, we were painted a wall in that room, which took 4 weeks to complete. So this can be maybe 3.5 or 4 weeks, kind of. In parametric, you take that data, use this room's square feet. This room is around 1,000 square feet. How much time it will take? You add it. In bottom up, somebody will really paint for 100 square feet and see how long it takes. The guy who's going to do the job will make estimation. It means it consumes time. It consumes money. It's a little expensive, but this estimate is higher accuracy level because somebody who does the job going to talk about it. Somebody who knows it talk about it. Somebody who knows all the requirements will talk about it. So you have to wait for the requirement to come in clearly. Then only you can go for bottom-up estimation. And 3 point, you know, it's a formula based. And also here, the data comes in, you start doing it. Even though we don't go deeper inside this, but these 4 estimation techniques are used in well-predicted model of project. Can I use the same in an agile way? Probably, but many companies don't use it. They use something called point-based, where they don't give a concrete numbers. I'll talk more in a few minutes. But point here is, what you see here, it's a well-predictive model. In this, only one has a mathematical calculation, which is called 3-point estimation. In exam, will they ask you the question, what is the formula for 3-point estimation? Answer is no. They don't ask you. They sometimes question before, not now, 2 years back. They give some numbers and make you to calculate optimistic, pessimistic calculation. But now they removed it. But they want to know that, do you understand the meaning of analogous? Do you understand the meaning of bottom-up? That's what they want. They don't want any formula in the examination. If anyone here worried about mathematics, don't worry, not even one math question coming in the exam. Till yesterday. From 2023, how PMI going to change? I'm not sure about it because PMI has not announced anything. But so far, they don't ask anything about the mathematics. All right, let's go. Neha is asking publish rates. What is the background behind this question, Neha? Let me help others also to answer.
No, I just can't relate. Like in initiating, it's written historical data, so that in analogous, so like that I can relate that it takes. So,
Okay.
but parametric publish rates means like whatever is published already.
Yes, that's right. As I said, parametric, you can use some database of yours, your own company information, or could be market published information. Both can happen. So you pick up which information is available, which can contribute for your calculation. I will take some historical record and also take current published data information, which can help me to come up with a better calculation. They call us algorithms, they call us a database, they call us published rates or data, which is current in the market, which can help me with those information. That's why they use the published rates. Hope that helps you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go. Little more. This picture, someone who works in Agile, you may connect this. Do anyone here work on Agile? Do you get connected? What is relevant to you in your job? What you see in the picture? No Agile people in this room? God, man. Seriously.
Sorry, Sriram, I was speaking on mute. It is story points based on the complexity of the story that we used to.
Okay, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing. Complexity based. I like that point.
Yeah.
Okay, any other thoughts?
Hey, Sriram, this is Subbu.
Hey, Subbu.
Yeah. So regarding the T-shirt, will be the vertical and horizontal. The team can be cross-trained and they can be utilized in the project.
Nice. Nice. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Any other inputs?
It depends on the size of the work, like you divide the size of the work based on the t-shirt size, and then you get those sizes. And depending on the story points like that you have to complete in that.
Okay, interesting. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. In the class, I would have shared something called relative sizing, absolute sizing. Do anyone remember those terms by any chance? Relative and absolute. Yes.
Relative is for the previous sprint, whatever the time which was taken to complete one particular activity, that can be considered as an estimation for the next sprint.
Okay. 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 Nice to hear. Okay, in the class, when I said about relative sizing, we'll get a little background, even though we don't want to go so deep, but we'll get some idea. First thought here is, in Agile, we call this called cone of uncertainty. The gap which you can see here, the dot from this line and this line is called cone of uncertainty. The requirement details which comes to me in the month of January for a project which need to be delivered in another 6 months of time, there are high chance the detail can change. If that is the case, I don't want to give an absolute estimate. When I say absolute estimate, I will complete in 6 months. It's very absolute. I don't want to give an exact number. What they found is in a machine labor or labor-oriented work, they give absolute time. How many cement packs to be moved? 100 cement packs would move from A to B location. How long it will take? It will take maybe 5 hours for 2 people. They'll exactly put it. And somebody can map it, a little bit up and down will be there, more or less the same. Whether it is raining or shining or snowing, whatever it is, how many ever labor you change, it'll be almost close to 5 to 6 hours. That's what will happen. But when it comes to knowledge work, when you say knowledge work, thinking ability, you think and solve something. This work, somebody says 4 hours to complete, same work, another person can complete in 20 minutes. Seriously? Seriously. Somebody says 4 hours can be done in 20 minutes. Somebody says 10 minutes will take 1 day to complete. So brain-related work does not work like the labor work, what we say, a cement pack should be moved in 5 hours. If you understand this basic thumb rule, you will not argue and fight in Agile estimation. If you have not understood this basic thumb rule, you will always fight in Agile estimation. Because in Agile, it is a little complicated for some people to understand why they use t-shirt sizing, why they use numbers. The primary reason is labor work is different, knowledge work is different. First category. Second category, requirement keep on changing. 2 things. With this mindset, what happened is, I think we spoke about class elaborately. We have something called t-shirt sizing. When I say t-shirt sizing, a bunch of work comes to me. I want to put into pieces. I will tell some pieces are bigger piece, some are moderate, some are smaller. Every company has their own estimation model. One company says Excel big size work will take us 3 months to complete. A moderate size work will take 1 month to complete. In a project, you may have 15 Excel, 20 moderate, or 40 small size. These kind of work they divide. Approximately, they will tell it will take 2 years to complete the project. Usually, when the contract is getting signed, the company experts will take a work, start dividing by Excel, large, medium, small, and they will give an estimation. Small work, 10 people, 2 weeks. Large, 20 people will work, maybe 5 weeks. They'll give some number. And then they make an estimation. There's a rough order of magnitude. It's called something called cone of uncertainty. They do a rough order of magnitude. This is a level senior management will talk. Okay, senior management. Now comes the team members. Team members will talk here. Up to this, mostly senior management. Okay. When it comes to this level, by this time, already we got some more details. You can see the cone is getting narrow. You see that? The cone was broad here. broad here, slow it's coming down. It means we're coming close to the project. Work is happening. Now your team, as a team, they work. It's called story refinement, backlog grooming, team discussion. You call it different names. What they do is they take the work and they give a number for it. It's called a Fibonacci sequence or Fibonacci sequence. By giving this number, again, I am not forcing my team like a labor work. In labor work, how many minutes you take to put a cement pack? One cement pack, 5 minutes. Okay, 20 cement packs, these many minutes. That is not the way it works. They give a number. They will tell number 1. This work, I can give 0.1. 0.1 could be 3 hours, 4 hours, or 8 hours. Then what is 0.5? 5 can be maybe 5 days, or 6 days, or 7 days. Now, if you want to learn more about Fibonacci sequence, please read it more. But as I'm recalling from the class, Fibonacci sequence is a numbering system used long back. It's from 12th century, they're using it. Now we are using it in Agile to give some estimation, which will be easy for the team to give a number without putting a pressure of telling exactly how many hours, right? So now you have cone of uncertainty, which makes us to talk about t-shirt sizing. Further refinement, we talk about Fibonacci sequence. But Shriram, is it the only way we have to do? No other way. You can even use days, even you clock number of hours perfectly. Nobody says wrong to that. But widely all over the world, when it comes to Agile projects, it's accepted that when you use a t-shirt sizing, when you use a Fibonacci sequence, the team does not feel the pressure of completing the work on exact timeline. Rather, they know that this work is a size of small. When it is small, they know they can complete in 3 weeks of time. What if, Shriram, they say small, but the work goes more than 8 weeks? What will happen? It's a mistake. So team will sit and discuss why we thought it is small, but it took 8 weeks of time. Is our assessment is wrong? Shall we redo the assessment properly in future? They will learn it. It's called retrospective. Here also, we believe on the team. We don't punish the team. We don't threaten the team. And this is called people management because they are knowledge workers. You have to be very careful. There is a difference between handling knowledge workers and laborers. I'm not telling something's wrong, something is bad, but knowledge workers are a little complicated to handle. If you don't treat respect for the knowledge of what they have, same work they can delay for a number of days. But the creativity happens when we give them the freedom of coming up with a failure, freedom of deciding on the time to do. But definitely we'll have a milestone, we will have a roadmap, we will have a contract, we have a check. I'm not telling we'll keep it everything open. We will check, but you should not too much pressure on them. For that reason, we use it. But how do you use it? Yeah, sit for some of the Agile classes. I'll explain more to you. But for now, understand what you saw before is a predictive model, 4 methods of doing estimation. What you see here is used in Agile, primarily 2, which is called t-shirt sizing and Fibonacci sequence. Can I assume most of you using Fibonacci sequence in your office already? Do you? You use. Happy. Yeah. Good to know. Good to know. All right. All right. This is what the t-shirt sizing, which we see usually, but usually you see t-shirt sizing used at the managerial and leadership level for the contracting system or some big piece of work coming up, they start putting it. If you see here, they'll give a t-shirt size extra small. This could be 1 week or maybe 1 month, or could be moderate size, could be 3 months to complete some details. But you know what, can you give an example about small? I'll take the example of a Zoom again. In Zoom, there is a feature of audio, isn't it? You can mute the audio, unmute the audio. That's why you all talk to me. If somebody want to do that technical work, the guy says, a mic is a small feature. I can do it. Maybe 3 weeks of time. Then what is large? HD video. I want to bring a HD video in Zoom. That's a large work, which can take me 4 weeks or 4 months to complete. So this is given by mostly knowledgeable people. When they say about small, medium, how do they give it? Again, analogous estimation. Somewhere they've done it. So if you go back, we are again recalling what we read in PMP of estimation. We do analogous parametric, but here we adjust because we are in the cone of uncertainty. We keep adjusting. That's how it works. All right. That's nice. Let's hit a question. Let's see how much you got these concepts. Boom, boom, boom. Answer is going to A. Can somebody justify why you thought A is the right answer?
Maybe though the manager just started the project, but based on his experience, he can give the estimation.
The project is just initiated, does not have details, but still provides an estimate. Analogous. Okay. Do you think any past records are used here?
Yes. Actually, past records will be as a quick reference to him to give the feedback to customer if he has started this type of project now.
Okay. Is it by assumption or in the question do we see something like that?
In the question, it doesn't says any previous projects, Shriram. So
okay,
analogous will not come into the place. Actually, it should be rough order magnitude.
So what is rough order magnitude? If you want to explain it.
It is just like a rough estimate that you give, like from -25 to +75%. Like you take a big range and give a rough estimate so that somewhere when you go refining, then you can make it more narrow.
Okay, -25 to
I remember, yeah,
plus 75% variation can be there. Then comes a definitive estimate, -5 to 10%, isn't it? This is the range. So now this range we give when we are in the very beginning stage of the project, just initiated, and does not have details, but still provides an estimate to the VP. But if he or she has used analogous, would be appreciated, but no details are available.
Details, it can be because of related to this project, but that doesn't limit of having a checking on the system related to such projects as a lesson learned.
Possibly. But the question, does it give any reference to that this guy has checked out or anything? It's missing, right? So there is a doubt on whether he or she was able to see. By the way, let's do some elimination here. Do bottom up happened here? Any of the records went through bottom up?
No.
No, bottom up cannot be because they,
does not have details. So definitely you cannot go to bottom up. So it's strike out, gone. Parametric. Anything parametric happened?
No.
No.
Okay. So the competition is between analogous or rough order. Either of one can be answered. Now either of one, which has the highest chance? Because there is no reference given, this guy was able to see past records.
This is really tricky. I got confused between A and B only, like two.
Just initiated.
I'm sorry, what is the Neha?
This is really tricky. I just missed as you were saying that there is no past record. So I first said analogous, and then I realized that there is no past record, so it has to be B. But like it is tricky in the exam to like read the question so minutely.
Yeah. See, these guys are not even talking anything about he or she referred anywhere. They were only talking about this project. Initial meeting happened, the VP is asking something without details providing. So those are helping us to eliminate C and D. But within A and B, I'm trying to find any one word says he or she is referring something in the past, which is not connecting. I heard one more term, the explanation that rough order of magnitude can happen here because there is no detail. So I can go between minus 25 to 75% based on my own experience, I'll give it. But I'm not seeing from my company records anywhere. Okay, let's see the answer. Now what's the answer says? He can only, also known as a ballpark estimate. It is a very high level and rough estimate in the range of minus 25 to 75%. Neha, did you say the number? If you said, okay. Analogous estimate could have been used if there was a similar project in the past and its costs are available. May be available, but this question doesn't talk about it. There's a problem in the main exam. In the main exam, when you read this question, our brain starts thinking, why don't this guy use a past record? But they didn't mention. If they don't mention, it is not there. This bold decision you have to make in the exam. But you'll ask, man, a VP is asking, a company should have a record, right? What's the problem in having a record? We don't know. That's not mentioned there. When it is not mentioned there, if sometime you put over assumption, we'll be in trouble. We have to be a little cautious. What this guy is asking, hold there. Don't go beyond that. You got the point? Okay. Nice. Okay, let's give a pause here. So far, we have seen something about little on the scope, little on the schedule. Did you got some catch up on information before we go for a break, short break? What is your note says? Do anyone took any notes? Your paper pencil next to you? Usually we do in the classes. You do? Some of us done it. Nice to know. Okay, the intention is of the starting on the first day is I want you to clear the examination next a few months of time. I know majority or 97% in this class are all already sat with the full classes of 40 hours. You learned, you read, you are going through the revision now. Now, this kickstart is to make you to go back, read the content again and collect the details and start taking the practice test in ShriLearning. And then come for the Q&A session, which happens on Sunday. Now, what we'll do is we'll take a 15 minutes break. We'll come back. I have a few more topics to talk about it, and then I'll go and explain something about the exams. So far, things are good for you. Are you able to observe what I'm discussing here? Going good for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shriram.
Fantastic. Nice. Now, we'll have a 15 minutes break. The timer will be running now. Now, refresh yourself, come back. We'll again talk about some more content. Thanks for being here. Catch you in 15 minutes.
Sure.
Hello, welcome back. Just confirm audio is good for you.
Yes.
Okay, nice. Hope the break was useful. Some refreshment happened.
Yes, Shriram.
You need that, isn't it? Okay, nice. I believe most of us are here. Okay, good. What to do is, I'll bring up the screen. Let's go a few more topic. Here. Here we have. We'll talk more about cost management. Before I go there, any questions I can help out, which you were thinking about? Something popping up in your mind.
Okay, this is apart from, because we were just discussing, you were mentioning you might have referred this from book. Is it like apart from, because we are first time discussing with you, so are you providing the soft copies of any material which you have created, or is it some book we have to refer?
I believe there are a good amount of books which we have to read through, like PMBOK editions or Rita. Are you aware of these books?
Rita Mulchani, yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll talk more. In fact, the classes starts on next Sunday. We'll talk more. But sure, the books and question papers, and you should go through some study plan, course agenda. There are a lot to discuss. I know this is beyond this class, what we're talking today, but definitely we have to go through all these books. When you say taught providing, yeah, it's a big community we have. It's a systematic approach of getting everything what you need for the examination. So once a person enrolls the system, they get all these details and the information and content to prepare for the examination. Right. So what I will recommend is you should follow the process starting from Sunday, and the Sunday which is coming up next Sunday, where there'll be some detail of course which goes with what all book to read, in what order to read, what are the content to read. So this will be explained. So answer to your question, yes, you will get everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go. Oh, Mohammed has some question. Ilyas, you have some question? Or the mic is muted. All right, let's go. We'll move. Cost management. A few minutes back, we spoke about rough order of magnitude, what it is. By the way, the cost management is a very big chapter. In this, we will see some information about what is there in cost. Two information which we discussed today about the rough order of magnitude and definitive estimate. You can see some numbers here. Usually when a project estimation starts in the beginning, that is the initiation stage, there could be a good variation of the project cost factor, which talks about minus 25 to 75%. And again, when it comes to definitive estimate, that is when you get more details later in the project timeline, as you get more bottom-up estimation, chances are your estimation can be closer, but not exact. You have to be a little careful here. We don't get pretty exact estimation. No, we can't do that because of various factors. Usually we talk in the classes about EEF, enterprise environmental factors, external factors in the market, or inflation, or it could be of any dependencies or competitors. Multiple criterias will pull your valuation up and down. Now, why we're talking this? When we do a project estimation, we have to keep in mind that depending on the details of the work, what we have, your estimation can vary. Accuracy level also can vary. There is no specific exact accurate estimation happens in the market, but there is a contract getting signed between two companies. Let's go with X amount of value will do the work. This X amount of value is decided based on some past experience, some calculations, some rough calculation it happens. At the same time, some projects meet exactly that value. Some needs more money or lesser money. Mostly it will be more money. Now, how this works? First thing, in cost management, we understood, yeah, there is a rough estimation. There is a estimation which we followed same what we did in schedule management. In schedule management, we have analogous parametric 3-point bottom up. Same technique is used in cost management also, because we take one activity or one item, one task, and do the same format of estimation of analogous parametric. But the point here is, What if the estimation of what we did is not sufficient? How do you calculate it? For this reason, there is one calculation method we use in cost management. Do anyone remember what method we discussed? There is a method starts with the E.
Earned value management.
Value management.
Earn value management. Now, this earn value management, can we do this calculation before a project starts or only during the project happens?
During the project?
Yes, it is only during the project. I believe we all did some formula. Some of you should remember the formula. Some of you just left it. Once there used to be a lot of questions on mathematics. Now the PMI has totally removed it. But still, there will be some question related to EVM, earned value management. When I say earned value management, when you did all this estimation of analogous parametric, you gave a timeline, you gave a budget. Within this time, within this budget, we'll complete the work. But when the work starts happening, we have to reevaluate. We have to see the variance. What we thought, what is happening. Many places, what will happen is what we thought could be something, what happens is different. Now you can question, if that is the case, then that's wrong. A project is failing, not necessarily. We would have thought a way of expenditure in the project, maybe initially very high expensive, then it starts going down, again coming back. But it can go other way, various reasons. If you take a geopolitical reasons, what is happening right now between the Ukraine and Russia things and the unrestfulness between India and China, how many import-export projects or manufacturing systems are in trouble? Lot. What you thought budget initially could have been higher than what we think right now, or could be lower. If you take information technology industry, the cost could be different because with the work from home facility, many companies could save money in some places or lose money in some places. Now, you cannot give a generalized answer, but you have to see each project what happens. Now, Shriram, why we are talking this? It's not about cost estimation because of analogous parametric, your project goes super good. There is something called EVM, earn value management. You keep tracking of what we thought, is it happening? Now, the question is, what if it doesn't happen? If I thought something, the expenditure level, but we are spending more than that, what do? And that is where your leadership and management skills are tested in the exam as well. Over budget, a lot of money going up, behind schedule. When I say behind schedule, your team should have done 45 work packages, but they have done only 40. Behind, you're running late. What are you going to do? Oh, you're running late. Okay, give me another $1 million. I will recruit another 100 people, complete the work. Who is going to give you the $1 million? Which market has all these resources available readily to start the work on the next day? Even if you recruit people, you have to train them. So if you have a lot of cost behind that, but Shriram, can I solve this on my own? It's not a single individual person problem. It's a project. It's an organization. And this is where you have a framework, your organization framework, right? They start looking into a program, a portfolio. You have a senior management reserve. They start looking at all these parameters. And below that, you start seeing compression techniques, schedule compression. And what other one? Fast tracking. You will start understanding how to play with the quality parameters. Which quantity should be delivered now? Which can be delivered later? What work package should be happening in the winter? Now it's mostly holiday season. If you see the last 1-2 weeks, many of us would have gone to office. Work could be very light, isn't it? For some, maybe very heavy. I'm not denying that. But majority of the people, you go to office, but you can be very honest. Many of us had a very little amount of work. You have to calculate this also as a cost you spend for some work to complete. The work package get delayed or a user story not delivered can be delayed. But how all these things happening is purely on the cost management. Cost management is a very vast chapter, a lot of information. But unfortunately, PMI stopped asking more questions in cost management. Is it good or bad? People who have not written the exam, they feel it's good. People complete the exam, feel some more questions could have been asked. The reason is cost management many times plays a vital role to say, am I on track? There is something called TCPI. Do anyone remember this term, TCPI, in cost management? We learned it in the class.
Yes, to complete performance.
To complete performance index. Do anyone think it's important as a project manager and a team member? This TCPI, we should keep an eye. Do you think it's important? It's very important. Very important. You keep an eye on TCPI, that is to complete performance index. Initially, I was performing 0.8%. What is the expected percentage right now? I know I'm talking a lot of things verbally. I don't have a content and slide to share for you because we discussed elaborate in the class about it. Being a brush up class, I want to give an idea. If you read the books about cost management, yeah, you should learn terminologies. I agree. Beyond that, read as a manager, when there is a trouble in a project, what you can do, what you are supposed to do. You cannot every time go and knock the door of a sponsor, give me more money. No sponsor will give you money. You cannot go and tell that I will add another 25 resources to solve the problem. No. Just because a human resource got added, material got added, doesn't mean your project will be successful. The right prioritization is important. And this is why we do a lot of planning. We work it out. So now you look into more factors about estimation, look into factor about earned value management, look into agile parameters. In agile, how the costing factor works. Even though when you say agile doesn't mean we don't plan everything. In agile also there's a contract, it's signed. In the next 2 years, you have to complete the WhatsApp, these many features. I'll pay you $5 million. So we keep looking at, am I reaching that target? Am I working on it? So money factor closely relates with the time factor, schedule management. So schedule and cost work together. So if you want to read something, read both and understand both how time will impact money, how money will impact time. And this both connects back to another one, triple constraint. What is the other one? What is the other one?
Scope.
Scope management. Scope connects. Okay. Okay, let's quickly see something called aggregation. Cost aggregation. We have seen one of this in the class. When you see in the bottommost, we have activity. In every project, we have a WBS. I'm talking predictive model, where we have a decomposed way of things. When I say decomposed, there is a project, there is a control account, there is a work package. Below work package, you have activity. Activity is a granular level of work which team can do. So now there is an estimation. An activity can take $150. Another activity can take $250. But Shriram, how do you got this number? This number could have come from analogous estimation, could be from parametric estimation, could be from bottom-up estimation, could be from 3-point estimation, some estimation. I'm not going to question which estimation, but they've done it. And they have some numbers here. Our intention is not worried about estimation here. Our intention is how these estimations I can put together so that I can pronounce something called baseline to my customer. So I have some activities here. Putting activities together can turn into a work package. Putting bunch of work packages can turn into control account. Putting all the control accounts together can turn into a project. In your company, you may work in a project where they give a number for it. The number goes like this, 0001375. Now this is a number. You don't know what this number is. But for this number, every week you will charge, I have worked 40 hours of my time. Do you do this in your office? Do you? Every Friday evening.
Yes.
Monday morning. Some number is there. We don't know what number it is. And that is nothing but could be a control account number. What is a control account number? Collection of work packages put together for which they given a number. This number will have a budget $1 million. So what do you mean by $1 million, Shriram? This $1 million is allocated for that control account. Let me put in a simple way. I'm sitting in a building. I have 3 floors. Floor number 1 can be one control account. Floor number 2 can be another control account. Floor number 3 can be another control account. Each control account will have some budget allocation. On that budget allocation only, every Friday, you are filling your timesheet. Every Monday, you are filling your timesheet. These many hours I worked on this particular control account. But for you, it's a project. That's it. But when you go to senior management, that start seeing each account, how much of money they're spending. Only when I know how much of money they're spending, I can see the variance. What is the variance? What we thought, what is happening? Only when I know the variance, I can forecast the future. The last line is in cost management, forecasting the future. Don't give me surprise on the last day. This budget not sufficient. Sponsor will be in the shock. Don't do that. So how do you know that? So you start discussing more. So this project estimate, what you see in the screen, if you watch out here, I said bunch of activities become a work package. Bunch of work package become control account. In our case, I took an example of floor 1, 2, 3. Number of floors altogether became a project. Up to this is the overall budget, what we thought to complete the project. That 3-floor building or some software, some hardware, some combination of hardware, software, something for which we need this much of money. But on top of that, we have something called reserves. I'm sure we discuss more detail on this. We have contingency reserve, management reserve. Contingency reserve. Can I call this as known, unknown? Can I?
Yes.
Yes.
If this is known, unknown, what is this?
Unknown, unknown.
Unknown, unknown.
Unknown.
By the way, the word unknown means what here? Can I mark it as a risk?
Risk.
Yeah.
I know a risk here. Okay. So we discussed more about this, talking about some of the risk items which you listed down. In the risk management, you put all the list of risk. For this risk, the customer is allocating fund. Okay, this risk, if it happens, $100, $500, $600, $1,000. Now that's going to be a contingency reserve. Yeah, we discussed more about how this risks are getting collected, how you segregate it, how do you put level high.
In contingency reserve, there will be known risks, and in management reserve, there will be unknown risks.
That's
correct?
Right. That's
okay.
right.
Okay.
So now we have a list of risk items which customer also agree, and then they go for a known risk, which is called contingency reserve. Now, when we communicate to the customer, we communicate the cost baseline. A baseline includes a reserve plus the budget. By the way, whose money is this? Customer's money. They're given the money because they know this risk will happen. For this risk, I'm allocating some budget. Very good, nice. Then what is management reserve? Management reserve, majority of the time, will be by the performing company, the company which is doing the project for X company. Because this is called unknown unknown. We don't even know such a risk will happen. Suddenly a risk pops up which you never thought. In 2020 March, 2020 or 2020, when the COVID came in?
It is known to March 23.
2020.
2020.
March.
Obviously 2020.
2020.
2029 was COVID.
Years running fast.
How you can forget that?
Years are running faster, we can't connect it back. Okay. So 2020 March, when the COVID came in, it was so new to many companies. Many companies not even prepared. They don't have a contingency reserve. They not even thought about this risk. They didn't allocate a fund for it. They shut down. They close the companies. They can't run it. There are some companies who knows this kind of unknown may happen, for which they will have some budget allocated. If in case Aladdin comes up, what to do? They know. That's why those companies are top companies in the market. They still stand because they know there'll be some trouble. They'll have some reserve for it. And that reserve money is pulled out. But not necessarily always X company has to do. Even Y company can do. Both can join together. They can collaborate. You spend 70%, I'll spend 30%. But the point is something which is coming out of reach, which we don't even know. It's called management reserve. And then they bring that inside the budget, how to segregate it. That's a different story. But the point you have to keep in mind is, and keep telling again, PMI is not more interested on how do you calculate each activity. PMI is more interested on when a project is in trouble, when the project is running, how do you navigate it? How do you take this project forward when there is a shortage of money? When there is work running very slow, what are you going to do? It's a real situation. Tomorrow you're joining a company, somebody telling that, hey, welcome Sriram, you joined the new company. Happy to see you in 2023. But you know what? The team what you joined already behind schedule by 3 months. Can you do something? You are so into, you just came out of PMP, you feel, let me rock. You may feel, but your team will be like looking at you, hey, come on, man, huh? One more manager. They won't even respond to you. But what kind of action are you going to do? I don't have a single line answer for this question, but is your brain thinking like that? Or you are trying to calculate and remember EVM, earn value management, EVM, EVM. Are you going to read like this? Because majority of the PMP students are from the same school, college background of India, where EVM means earn value management. If this is a case, you're going to read, exam going to challenge you. You have to understand why this exam is happening. It's a project management professional exam. When I say professional, they want to know if a situation comes like this, will your brain think? But definitely you should know what is EVM. I'm not denying that. But how to use EVM? Why we need a earn value management? Why we need a management reserve? Why we need a contingency reserve? If your brain can think this perspective, that is the one market is looking for. Tomorrow, if you go for an interview, you go for a job, that's what they're looking for. So when you open the books, please read why it is there. Don't mug up. Because I have this problem coming. Many students, they have good knowledge, but they can't answer the question because of this one reason. Okay. All right. Good job. Let's see some more factors. Let's hit a question. Let's see how much your brain knows information. I'm seeing D, C, B. D, C, and B. Okay. D, C, and B. Okay, I don't see any A. So let's start with the B. Okay, first, what is the key in the question before you go to the answers? By now, some of you with us for the last 2 months, by now we should understand the keys in the question. What is the key?
It says parametric estimation.
Okay.
And at the same time, which of the following will she use? I mean, like, it's not talking about what kind of document she referred or something. It's like, it's like a future tense, what she's going to use.
Future.
Like
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she's a new project manager. And I think if you use
so she is seeing some guidelines also, company's estimation guidelines. Okay, she viewed some guidelines. Okay.
Yes.
And she decided. It means decided. Already they decided what it is. Now, out of this, B, I saw B, many went to the answer. Why B is an answer? Project cost summed up.
So actually, we have to look at she has decided and parametric estimating. That means now our answer should be what is parametric estimating.
So which one explains what is parametric here?
So I think parametric estimating is activity level bottom-up approach, right?
Bottom up.
No, it's the summed up this one. So multiple projects estimates we get together, the data is already available. So we use that to
high level of accuracy is there in parametric.
See, parametric is going to have some database or some information along with your information, right? So it should have some numbers, some details, and
also some expert advice as well in the parametric.
Okay, so I see varying answers. I saw B. Anyone answered C? You want to say why C?
It's mentioned very clearly mentioned 300 per day for a resource.
Okay.
It's a kind of measurement, like you said, to paint like 4 meters wall, how much time it will take, like that. So that is the reason.
So it is giving some parameters which you can use
exactly.
for estimation. Okay, makes sense. Let us listen to D. Somebody went to the D.
Maybe the project cost will be allotted as a whole, and which can be distributed based on the activities that we are going to do.
Okay. Okay. Now go back to the question. See whether the answer what you have chosen will fit in there. Because while reading the answer, it will be different mindset. While you go back and see, it will be different mindset. Okay. Now let's see the answer. Boom. Answer goes C. Now why C? Parametric estimation uses the statistical relationship parameters between historical data and other factors to come up with an estimate. So 300 per day for an expert resource would be the use of parametric estimating. Other things are made up stuff or some information is there. Now, when you say parametric, you have some database or information or parameters which will help you to assess with your data. Is this the way the people who chosen C thought about it? I have some of them chosen C. Did you thought in that direction?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you have not read what is parametric, this question is not easy for you. It will be tough because you don't know what is parametric. But if you know what is parametric, you should know that there will be some metric, some data, which will be used for the calculation. I said analogous, don't use anything, just copy paste. Parametric, take that and use the parameters database or some algorithm of your company with some metrics, some statistics. That's where you're able to calculate. Hope now the parametric stays with you very clearly.
Does that mean that 300 is mentioned there, that they are very specific? That is why this option, if C option would not have been there, so B was the answer?
Other answers doesn't go so close, isn't it? If you read here, project cost distributed down to each activity is a top-down activity. It's not a bottom-up approach. Lessons learned from a previous project is an analogous estimation. Anyway, lessons learned, we don't want to go for it. But the project cost distributed down to each activity, it doesn't have any estimation at all. You have a money, you start distributing.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
B is project cost summed up from each activity because activity is the lowest.
Bottom up. It's a bottom up estimation.
Yeah, bottom up.
It's another estimation technique as such. But here we chosen parametric, right? You don't want to go for another estimation technique itself. It's a different technique. This is a different technique. And this is not a technique at all. It's a top-down, we start distributing the money. That's it. But this is the only thing by elimination technique. Forget all the elimination technique. By details itself, when you say parametric, you need some information. Then only you'll be able to do it. That information is available only in this answer. Isn't it?
Okay, I was thinking that parametric is this bottom-up approach.
No, bottom-up is as such a different technique itself, where people will calculate by doing some experiment on that. A resource themselves will start working, calculating.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's hit one more. Again, the question has except. Let's see how your brain works. What all needed for earned value analysis? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of B happening. Why you thought reserve is not needed? Reserve is not needed?
Management reserve.
Okay.
That is the reason. So that's risk, and we're talking about earned value here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Nice. You're excited to see your answer is right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yay. My brain is working properly. Yay. Okay, nice to know. Nice to know. What you said is right. We are not talking about reserves here. Management reserve is not part of the cost baseline. First of all, it's not part of the baseline itself. We are talking about earned value analysis. I would have given something like a baseline, right? Where it has only the contingency reserve, not the management reserve. Management reserve goes to a different department. I know this is again, while only when you read that completely, you'll get the feel of it. If not, it's a theoretical knowledge. Even you didn't get it before, while I'm explaining now, you got the idea. Okay, both are different reserves. But how to get a depth of it while you read the books, you have to read what is management reserve, what is contingency reserve, and try to connect with the examples in your office. In my work, what can be contingency? What can be management? Certain things will be contingency. They know you will go on sick off for 2 weeks. If you go on sick off for 2 weeks, the work will not happen. Schedule behind will happen. That will burn some money. They know that. But something will happen, something like resigning a job. It's a big thing. That's why many HR will try to always find out how many people stay in the company, how many will go out of the company. Many guys will keep quiet. Till Friday evening, they'll be very normal. Monday morning, they resign. Now, this resignation can turn into some other reserves which you don't even plan. They tell, release me immediately. I want to go away. So certain things which you don't even know, something will pop up. So we keep that as a management reserve. Here, the question is, what is needed for earned value management? I'm sure it's all about other factors other than management reserve. Good job. You did good work. Let's talk something about quality. So what are the topics we have spoken right now? High level, some informations. What are the topics you remember?
Scope, schedule, and cost.
Scope management, schedule management, cost management. Okay, very good. All three are interrelated. I'm sure in a good reading, I assume majority of this room already at least went through the books once to get an idea. Some of you should be new, just learning it. Let's see some more factors about quality management. Now, what is in quality management? So when I say quality, we primarily talk few parameters. Usually we tell that quality should be properly planned. And there'll be some investment or funding needed for a quality parameters, and a regular improvement of quality will happen. Now, planning and improvement are part and parcel of quality. But to do this clearly, we need two things, which is called quality assurance, quality control. If you are coming from manufacturing and other industries where quality is a key parameter, where they have something called assurance department, and there is something called control department. In assurance department, we have something called quality audit will happen to make sure we are following the right process. Quality assurance talks about the process, whereas quality control talks about the product. When you talk about the product, it is going to talk about inspection. I'll put it this way. In quality control, we inspect the product. In quality assurance, we audit the process. That's why in your company, you will have a regular internal audit. Somebody will visit your company to check, are you following proper billing system? Are you properly following the Six Sigma standards? They will check, is this process correctly followed? They will not worry about the outcome. They worry focus will be only on the process. They know that when the process is tuned, outcome will be good. Like some of you in this room, January 1st, you all made a resolution. I will go to gym. I will sleep on time. I will watch less mobile. Anyone here? You did that? Less mobile, less television, more into exercise, more reading. Okay. This is an outcome. If this outcome should be good, your life should have a clear process in place. When you say process in place, at any cost, night I wind up and sleep on time. If that process is not correctly followed, whatever you written, it will be only in the paper. Nothing will happen. So process improvement is important. Process improvement plus product improvement. It's a regular connectivity. In every company, we have two departments, quality assurance, quality control. Now, that is not the case in some places. For example, if you go to information technology industry, IT industry, both will be into one manager themselves because we don't have a manufacturing unit as such. So there'll be one manager who take care of both assurance and control. They call quality managers. So first you have to understand what are inside that. Let's see some factors. Quality assurance. They focus on prevention. Only when you improve the process, it will prevent. Here, focus on defects. This is after testing the product. You test the product, you found there are some defects, you have to fix it. So this is proactive and this is reactive, isn't it? Process-based and this is on product-based. Here they manage quality, here they verify the quality. You may be part of either of one team or both the team in your company, where somebody will keep on improving the process. Your company says earlier we were testing manually. Going forward, we will test it in an automated way. It's a process improvement. While they test it, they find some defects. That defects will be fixed by your team members. That's quality control. So your customer will be very interested to know, is your company having proper quality assurance? Is your company following quality control department really well? When these two happens together, you always get the good results. It's not assured at the same time because quality parameter keep on changing, adding, because the customer needs can change. Market demand can change. But basically, we keep on evolving around this area. Is that correct? Do you have these two departments in your company? Quality assurance and quality control. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Right, we do it, right? Now, when it comes to Agile, in Agile, do they do differently? I don't think. They'll also do the same process. But good thing in Agile here is we do something called deeming cycle, if you heard about it. Plan, do, check, adjust, or act. This is a deeming cycle. There's Edward Deeming. He created one. Plan, do, check. That is what we follow in our Agile. We use something called sprint planning. Then we sprint execution happens. And then sprint review happens. And retrospective happens. So Shriram, how this is connected with the quality? Good thing with the Agile here is there are multiple checkpoints. Before a product goes to the customer, multiple checkpoints. So you mean we will spend a lot of time in Agile and quality? That's a beauty here. We don't spend a lot of time. We don't have a special department for quality. What is special in Agile is they use a word called built-in quality, which means every step you take time for quality also. You will not tell first I'll make this mic ready. After this, I will give the mic to the quality department. Let them test and let know where there is a problem. Then I'll fix it. This is a usual manufacturing mindset. Agile mindset is while design, they will have quality. While requirement gathering, they'll think about quality. While they do the work, they think about quality. While they test it, they know what it's going to be. And then they deliver it with the quality. So quality is a built-in system inside Agile where every part of Agile execution, there will be some ingredient to make sure the product is matching with what the customer is asking for. On top of that, in Agile, they have a shorter delivery time scale. When it's a shorter delivery, I no need to test everything at one shot. Rather, I'll do a small portion of testing. I make sure everything's worked properly and deliver to the customer. So Agile makes quality more interesting because it can be delivered in a small portion called incremental. It also gives me a chance to fix the problem then and there. I don't need to carry the whole product end of the project and tell that it's failing. Rather, I'll fix it then and there. So this is also interesting parameter of Agile, where quality is inbuilt, and also they follow the system called TQM, Total Quality Management, where a whole set of organization is involved in the quality. Yep. That's what for the quality parameters. Let's see some more factors. Let's talk something about people, a topic about people. Now we saw something about scope, something on schedule, something on cost, something on quality. Let's see some parameter about people. This will be the topic which more talk about stakeholders. In organizations, we definitely need resources to do a project. When I say resources, I'll keep a general term, which because it talks about material, people, and equipment. All these three items should be come together. But primarily in the books of PMI, PMP, even though equipment is important, material is important, the personal, that is the people parameter, is highly focused. The reason is, of late, this resource or this people factor getting more complicated to handle. Different expectations are there, and people are not stable in one job. If you take your parents, or even before that grandparents, they take one business, stay on the business. If they take a one job, they stay on the one job. Now let us look something in our generation. What happened? In this room, I have people, at least you have changed 3 or 4 jobs. Do you? At least 2?
Yes.
Do you? Okay. Have your parents sometimes questioned you how you guys keep changing jobs? Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a big surprise for some of them, but some family, they know. Okay. I have listened to some of my friends' family, they ask, how you guys keep on changing jobs? Yeah. How do you get the reliability? How do you get the trust? But that's a market we live right now. Now, if that's the case, with this changing market condition, when the people are not going to be reliable with you, how do you make them to focus towards a goal and make the job done? When I'm saying this, I should not talk as if we are running the company, because you are also an employee. You can also change a job anytime. But how do you tackle all these things and being a project manager? And that is what PMI highly expects you in the exam hall. Why I'm explaining this is, in the exam hall, they're not expecting you to be a person who talks all the ingredients of people handling. It's all about how do you handle the problems? How do you think for the good and betterment of the people? Okay, let's see something about resource management. When you say resource management, you have some parameters to watch out. Primarily, when you talk about team, there are a few colors given here. Okay, which one is your favorite color? Blue, yellow, green. Which you feel is a good color as a manager?
Green.
Green is a good color. Okay.
Green.
Okay.
Green.
Are you sure?
As a project manager, green.
Okay. When we are searching for a job, you want to be in what color? Green or blue?
Blue.
When we want to search for a job, we take one topic, read so deep in, and you tell to the market, I'm a specialist on that. But when you go for an interview or when you conduct interview, you expect people to be like this. This confusion is happening for some years. There is no correct answer in the market right now, because in one company which you call as a T, another company it can be high, because your specialization may not be needed in one company. One company call it as a specialization, one call it as a generalist. It's still in the confusion stage. But whatever it is in the stage, the expectation in the market highly falls on T-shape. So what do you mean by T-shape? Of course, you have knowledge in some area. That is why you are surviving in the market last 15 years, 10 years, 20 years. But if you're going to tell I'm only good on that, I'm sure you are replaceable, or I'm sure company may think that let's get another person. Whereas there are people who are broader in terms of knowledge in different areas, chances are you may survive for a long time. Okay, let's forget about the survival process. Let's talk about the project. A project work to be done. I'm looking for a cross-functional team where I may have a people who are good on some area, who are also good on other couple of more areas. The reason is, on a need basis, I may need to pick up someone to do the other job, or I may need a person who will step up and tell, let me do it. Like Indian cricket team now, we don't know who is the captain. Team itself don't know who is the captain. They keep on changing the captain. We are coming very close to Pakistan team. In Pakistan team, they keep changing captain every week, some years back. Same way in Indian team, they don't know what to do. They are T-shaped. How they become T-shaped? In India, they have something called IPL. Okay, a fake cricket game. Okay, money played game. Playing that game, these all people thought they are T-shaped. When they went to international match, they understood you guys are only I-shaped, T-shaped. Dhoni was T-shaped, you guys are not T-shaped. So T-shape is something which you have knowledge, capable of picking up something and shining there, not just be there like what we see right now. It's not the way. So people have to learn broader knowledge, and market is looking this, but doesn't mean that you have to always perform multiple jobs. No, that's a wrong assumption. Only on a need basis, you will step in and do that job. And this is needed for all the job? Answer is no. There are some knowledge-based work where we need these kind of people to be assembled. Specifically in Agile projects, we call it as self-organized team, where team can join together, share knowledge, and they can collaborate to get the result out. I will not tell my SME has to come. Until then, I will not do the work. My designer has to design it. My database engineer and software has to do it. Until then, I will not do. That's not the way it works. This team will join together. If one is not there, other will pick up. That's the way they work. Okay, what is there here? If you see resource management, you have to estimate how much of resource needed. When I say resource, human, material, equipment. You have to acquire them. You have to manage them. You have to improve. This is very important. I think we spoke more about this in classes, how to improve the competencies. Regular training programs will happen, or allow them to be knowledge sharing within the team members. Yeah, we do that. And you have to track the team performance. How do you track? Based on the deliverables, you track. Your team is committing for something. Are they delivering it? And then you track, are they really following it? Now, this is part and parcel of people management. Let's see some more. There is something called stakeholder management. I'm sure you heard about stakeholders. Stakeholder is a bigger bubble. First, I showed about the team, right? Now we have to see something stakeholder. When I say stakeholder, stakeholder is not a one-day job. It's a regular activity in a project. You identify the stakeholders. You analyze their importance, needs, expectations. You understood their communication and what way we have to communicate. What's the best communication techniques they want. And then you talk about engagement throughout the project. Now, if you remember in the class, I would have showed something like this, a bigger bubble and a smaller bubble. What is bigger bubble? Bigger bubble could be whole stakeholders. Then what is smaller bubble? Do anyone remember smaller bubble, what it is?
Team.
Resources.
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 Team and then resources.
Could be. Nice. Why specifically I had to put a stakeholder like this? In a project, number of people are there. Vendor can be there. Your senior manager can be there. Your company PMO can be there. Many people. But this is your core team, which is doing the job. So if I put a stakeholder as a bigger bubble, in this, a small bubble is all about team. This is a core team. You work day in, day out. But as a manager, your life does not end with the core team. You will talk with other people also outside the circle. You have to communicate. You have to be close with them to understand what they want. So stakeholder management is a broader term in which team also comes into the picture, where they are the one who deliver the value. Now, stakeholder management, you learned in the classes talking about a classification of stakeholders, and you talk about how to do assessment matrix, who is important, who is unimportant. We start putting the scales there. Now, many companies have trouble in project management where the stakeholder management is not done properly. Many companies underestimate stakeholder management. They think the stakeholder management is, okay, people, right? We have Outlook, we'll communicate, mail them, they reply back. But if you don't understand the stakeholder needs properly on time, high chances are there'll be miscommunication or the engagement level will be very low. The engagement level starts dropping down. Chances are your project starts derailing. What do you mean derailing is the requirement is not reached on time. The customer don't get what they want. I would have said in the beginning of the class, in Agile, we talk about value addition. If customer is not feeling the value is given to them, they are not going to buy your product. But how do you know the value is given to them? Until you understand what actually they want, you don't know what is value addition to them. It's pretty important to listen to the customer. So stakeholder engagement is a day in, day out process. In a traditional project management, they follow a systematic approach of register and approaching them. In Agile projects, they keep tracking with stakeholders, invite them to their corporate, their events regularly, and stay in close communication. And that's why the stakeholder engagement improves. Yep. All right. Let's see some more factors. How the stakeholders impact? Let's see some picture here. If you see here, you will have sponsors, you have your core team members, some extended team, other sub team supporting. Project manager can be here. Some of the functional managers could be a finance department, could be a human resource department, could be quality department, or some departments can be there. Customer service, operation teams, and the third party vendors come in. Do you think all these people are there in your corporate, in your projects? More or less, some of them are there. If you are a manager, you are really appreciated if you can stay in touch with all these people. But if you think, no, I will use only Outlook email box, send emails, have a distro, that's fine, it works, but not always. You have to individually talk to these people at times to understand what is their expectation, where we are falling down. Those are the projects go faster. If not, we don't know what functional manager is thinking. So point is, keep in touch with all the stakeholders important, for which PMP gives some methods of classifications. If you see the screen here, communication management, which is part and parcel of people management. When you do people management, communication management comes with it together. Like we saw about scope, schedule, and cost, all three are closely attached. Same way, stakeholder and communication are closely attached. This is a stats picked up from the global data, talking about why a project fails. If you see here, change in organizational priorities could be a reason of project failure. Change in project objectives can be a reason. Inaccurate requirement gathering could be a problem. Inadequate vision or goal could be a problem. And it talks about inadequate poor communication. I sometimes feel that this communication could be the same problem here. Do you think these all has the same communication problem? Do you think that change in organizational priorities, somebody has not communicated, isn't it? Project objectives not properly communicated, requirement gathering not properly communicated, inadequate vision. So
engagements with stakeholders,
happens, right? So if you watch out, communication is all over. Communication is the most easy word and the hard word. The reason is, whenever somebody says communication, that's okay, communication, right? Okay, what do you know in communication? Communication has multiple departments, different levels of communication, different timeline of communication, different levels of information to be communicated. How many managers are aware of this? No, many don't even know. Many think Outlook, email, Teams chat, Jira board, Kanban board, Primavera is sufficient. Even though these tools helps you, underlying principle of communication by understanding stakeholders' need is very important. Before we ourselves assess and judge some sort of communication, keep pushing the data, rather talk to them, understand what they want, and then see regularly where is the gap. And this gap analysis should happen very regularly. Very few managers in the company does it. They understand why there is a failure in this particular deliverable. Is it because of a technology or because of lack of knowledge or because of communication gap. Many people don't accept communication lagness. I have sent a mail already, that's Skype problem. They didn't see the mail properly. It's maybe, but still how much of effort we took to make sure they read the email. Did we second time ask them, have you received the email? Have you read it? Nothing wrong in asking it. Many go by assumption, I've sent a mail, they have to be there. They will not be there. You have to sometimes ask them, hey, have you? Only when you ask, they know that. Only when you ask, they know, oh, you sent a mail? I'm sorry, man, I didn't see the mail. Many places, a simple word of communication will resolve it, but many don't do that. On top of that, in communication, there is a 3-letter word always sit on top of it, which spoils the communication. What is a 3-letter word? Starting. Have you seen this? As you grow in the company, this word also grows bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yes.
When we are junior, we are so casual. At the age of 21, this word is not with you when you go to the company. When you start growing by role, team lead, senior team lead, manager, senior manager, first you came by 2-wheeler, then you came by 4-wheeler, then you came by 8-wheeler, I mean bus. You start keeping, your level goes high. This word also sits with you in communication. You speak very less words. I actually could have spoken a little more better, clear. And communication is a hard hit in every organization. If I go to 10 companies to talk about management and leadership program, 9 companies will give the same dialogue to me. Shriram, we have problem. I ask them, what is the problem? They tell me 2 things. One is stakeholder management is very poor. Communication is too bad. These are the companies failing, even though they have a lot of money, even though they have a lot of knowledgeable people from cream colleges. You call us a top layer colleges. All these guys come. So the problem is about the ego, or the problem is about lack of understanding why communication is needed. By the way, why I talk about this, there is a topic in PMP which talks communication. Many people read this topic, last topic, before go to exam. Actually, you have to read it first. You have to read stakeholder and communication first. In the PMP classes, if you observed, in the classes, I'll be starting first with the stakeholder and communication. The reason is that's a spinal cord of management. If this is not done well, whatever money you have, whatever sophisticated system you have, it will not work. You bring in highest computers and teams, Jira, Bira, Kara, whatever it is, nothing will work if people don't understand the importance of communication. So coming back here, when you go to examination, why I'm telling all these stories and philosophies. In exam, they're not worried about verbal communication, formal communication. Communication, how many method, push method, pull method, interactive method, push, pull, interactive, push, pull, interactive. That is the way if you're reading, your exam is going to be tough. That's not the intention of PMI. PMI want to understand, do you really caught the concept why communication is needed? Do you feel the pain of lack of communication in your corporate? Do you see a real example of something does not work in the Christmas holiday times because of lack of communication? If you get that sense of it, exam question looks easy for you. Are you with me? What I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's the intention of PMI exams. Very good. Nice. I really want to cover a lot, but I know we have very limited time. We couldn't go so deeper. But anyway, we have classes happening by next Sunday. So people who want more depth information, please listen and join the classes. We'll talk more. Okay, let's take a question here. I'm seeing B as an answer. Okay. How do we went with the B as an answer? By book knowledge, theoretical knowledge? We read something about it?
Yes, it's stakeholder engagement, right?
Okay, we read it in the books. Okay. Okay, so let's see, any other answers coming up? Okay, I'm seeing B as a primary answer. Okay, let's go. There is no second choice here. So what is it? You are processing and assessing various stakeholders' current engagement level. They're using the word current engagement level, okay? Which classification schema can help you in this regard? Now, do you think a person unaware can turn into a leading person in future? Is it possible?
Yes.
How do we make an unaware person to leading in a project usually?
Suppose a stakeholder.
Keep them engaging.
Oops, sorry, missed it.
By creating stakeholder engagement matrix.
Matrix. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put very simple here. Someone is joining your project as a third-party vendor who is giving a part of a component for your 100% work. This person portion is 10%. And this person is not totally aware of your company processes, unaware. Now, how do you make this guy leading now?
By engaging him into supportive and leading. He can come to a part to leading maybe till his completion of that portion of the work. Okay. After he completed that work, he may move back again to, like unaware, like end of the project, because he's going to do only the part of the project, right? Part of that work.
Okay.
It
so
depends upon. It also depends upon the stakeholder, what is his role in the project.
So first
and
thing is,
then work. First, we need to jot down that this is stakeholder A, B, C, and this is his role, and that means authority, how much authority he has or control over the project. So some are like whenever they ask you something, you have to be, they are the first priority because they can change the course of the project. And second is like someone is supportive, so you have to keep him engaged, and information flow has to be there.
Yeah, I like the point what is said. First, understand what this person is capable of or what is a need. I agree, unaware should go to leading. I understand. But is this person willing to be leading guy? Did I talk to this person? I have to spend some time. First, understand. It's not talking to him or her. It could be even collecting data about a stakeholder from the X company also. First, understand this person's expectations in the project. Is it supporting a person? Is this person going to be a leading person? What kind of person it is? And then start seeing what makes this person to go forward. This is something like your appraisal system in your office. When you go and join a company, initially 3 months, you're so excited about the company. You want to become a senior manager. After 1 year, what happens in the company? We also become the same guy like in the Mummy. Have you seen the movie Mummy? One mummy walks, everybody walks. He, mo, be. After 5 years in the company, you don't know why you are sitting in the company. 10 years later, you forget who you are. But are you really aware that you want to be a leading person in the company? Are you recalling? That's why they have the appraisal system every year. They start conversing with you. If it's a real company, good managers, they do a conversation. Where are you? What do you want to do? What makes you to go there? They start conversing. You ask them question, they ask the question. It's a communication. That's an engagement program. From unaware, you slowly get to the level where you want to go. That's appraisal system. In the corporate, in the project, you keep talking about the customer. What are you guys expecting? Where you want to be? I'm not aware of certain things. You can explain me. Or if you don't know anything, please ask me the questions. We go for it. So many places, this scale definitely helps. Even though PMI gives a classification, assessment matrix, all these are terminologies. Beyond terminology, what it is. Ideally understand what they want, where they want to be. Talk to them and get them there. That's important. Good. I appreciate all the answers. Other question. How to read a negative word? First, you have to read in the normal way. Not a tool. I'm seeing B. Why you thought B is an answer, most of us? Why we thought B is an answer?
Competence is something that is exhibited by a person. It cannot be a tools and technique. Communication technology and communication activity and method can be a tools and technique. That's what I thought.
Competence no need to be a tool. Okay, it's a quality of somebody or knowledge of someone. Okay. 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 So what this answer says? Okay, let's see some answer here. The answer talks about which is not a tool. Okay. Communication activity is not a tool and technique of managed communication process. All others are tools. So what all you read in the books of communication? I'm sure you read about technology. You talk about satellite devices or any other way of communication. We read about communication methods. What are the methods of communication?
Yeah, passive communication, active communication, something like that.
Formal, informal,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
we even talk about a push method, a pull
Yeah,
method.
pull method.
We talk about these two are very easy. Okay. In elimination technique, you pull these two out. Now the question is between two. Okay. A communication competence and communication activity. Okay. Have we heard about communication activity somewhere as a term? Okay. So now the question is asking about tools and techniques. Okay. So now I'm sure this is not a tool. Competence is not a tool. But can we consider this as one of the criteria, knowledge, or a technique?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is needed, a competence level of understanding how to communicate, what to communicate, isn't it? Do you think?
Yeah, can be.
Can be there, fall there? I'm sure it's not a tool. What she said is right. It's not a tool. But communication activity, the word doesn't blend, look something alien word, isn't it? Communication activity. Work activities can be there, but communication activity looks very colloquial word, doesn't go. Sometimes PMI plays. Anyway, don't worry about the subject. Subject you will read and get in the book. PMI has this habit giving this kind of wordings which we casually use in office. But it is not a terminology. And we will think, oh, that's the answer. But people will play like that. They'll bring some word which you casually talk in office. Okay, it's not an international terminology. So be a little careful on questions. They use some terminologies which you colloquially talk in parking slot in office area, but that's not a real word. And this is a reason how to overcome this. We will read something called glossary. If you open your books of Pembroke or Rita, any book, last 20 pages, they will have something called glossary. The wordings will be given there. When you keep reading per day 10 words, if you keep reading, you get the rhythm of what all PMI or international terminologies. If you know more about international terminologies, while reading itself, you'll get an idea. This guy is playing with me. I have to be a little careful here. So that's how we'll catch up. But it's a little tough question because easily tempting. Both are tempting here. Isn't it? All right. Good job. What have we done? Good. So what we've seen today, let's quickly see what I've seen. We want to talk about making a good push start on the day 1 of 2023. What we did is we understood the importance of PMP. Why we have to do PMP? Because of market demand, because of market change, because of a lot of job opportunities. I keep hearing from people, no job, Shriram, recession is coming. I don't think you have to worry about it until you get qualify yourself. Anywhere you get a job. Okay, that's how it is. But the thing is, you have to be prepared mentally that this year 2022-23, I'm going to be an expert on what I am. If you want to remember one word, remember yourself. You have to be expert on what yourself. When you become an expert, earning and job automatically comes in. So what is expected in PMP? I gave a clue about 3 domains. And then we have certain constraints and some more knowledge areas which you have to learn. An exam, I keep telling in the class regularly, nothing theoretically they look into. They don't ask what is PMP. No. They'll always look for, have you digested the content properly? We know that a book is 1,000 pages. Our class itself is 44 hours of classes or 40 hours of classes. You cannot just take a juice and go to the exam. It takes time, digestion time. So please take time, read, learn carefully. Then what we did is we saw some hints about scope management like WBS and product backlog and requirement gathering. We saw something about schedule management, the estimation techniques of analogous parametric 3-point bottom up, and something about relative estimation. Cost management, we saw something about aggregation, cost aggregation. Same way of you talk about estimation with a minus 25 to 75%, a rough order of magnitude and definitive estimates. We saw something about quality. Quality, we understood quality assurance, quality control, very important parameters. In Agile, quality is more of built-in quality. In every process, they include the quality parameters. And finally, we came with the people management. Even though it's a very big chapter, we started seeing that stakeholder is a bubble. In that, team is one of the bubble. And how do you closely engage with stakeholder decides your project success. When you say closely engage, you should have an efficient communication in the system. Only then it will work. Beyond this, do we have anything more? Or this is what PMP? If you ask me the question, there are a lot more there. But these are some of the important areas which can make you to give little push. Open the book from tonight, tomorrow morning, you start reading. My assumption. Will you do that? Will you kickstart your learning? People close to the exams? do this.
Reason being, we started on 1st of the year.
So I don't want to leave the first day free because it came on Sunday. I could have left it free today because I too have to go somewhere. Being a birthday, my families keep calling me to go for a temple. I'm delaying it from morning because of this class. The reason is the day starts with a good learning. I'm so happy at least 60, 70 or 100 people able to join today when many have one or more than one excuse to say, I can't do this. The people who saying excuse lifelong will tell excuse. So you should be first proud of yourself. You are able to sit 4 hours and you listen some topic. Even though you don't get 100%, at least 25% of subject will go into your mind. If you can pick up from here, start reading. In a week, if you spend 15 to 20 hours for your office learning and your PMP learning. Don't think office is different, PMP is different. Both are same. Many people tell Shriram, I don't have time to read. What you observe in office itself is a PMP question. Then why you have to sit and read? You have to read those terminologies, but observe carefully in office. If you work dedicatedly in office, you are already practicing PMP. Then you read the books, you get the terminology, you easily clear the exam. So come out of the idea that PMP is different, office is different, both are same. So read a little bit here, observe what you read in the office, combine together, practice some questions Saturday, Sunday, ask questions on Q&A session. Next Sunday, we have Q&A session. Join. This is all free sessions happening for you. It's up to you. How do you materialize it? Yeah, that's very important. All right, let's give some time to understand some factors about the exam. People new here or people old here, there is something called exam content outline. Your exam is totally based on this. So please download this PDF. ShriLearning team would have given you. Print these papers. Maybe 10 or 15 papers will be there. Print it. once in a week, at least read these bullet points. What they mean by lead a team, what they mean by execution of project, what they mean by manage communication. Please read these terminologies. Question will not come from here, but question is going to be around this area. If you know the area, you will read better. So reading exam content outline is very, very important. Please do that. This is for the people who are preparing for exam. And books perspective, I believe I said it before, I'm repeating one more time. If you can rely on Rita, rely on Agile Practice Guide, 2 books are more than enough to clear the exam. More than enough. Okay, some questions will jump out of it because PMI exam is not based on the book. Exam is based on exam content outline. If that is the case, your exam questions, 1 or 2 can go out. Don't be scared of it. It's okay. Out of 180 questions, 1 or 2 will be totally out of sky. That's okay. But remaining 170 or 175 questions, you know, that itself is good to clear the exam. So read Rita properly. Read Agile Practice Guide properly. If some of you feel that, no, Shriram, I have not grown up in India. I'm a different guy. I read a lot of management books. My terminology, English is totally different. I need more high jargons. If you feel that, get into 7th edition of PMP, PMBOK, or get into 6th edition of PMBOK. Here, they talk more terminologies of PMI. They go more detail of certain things which you can learn. These 2 books are not for exam. These 2 books are for knowledge purpose. So you can read this for knowledge purpose and these 2 for exam purpose. I'm sure I say this in the classes already. I'm just repeating for you. Can I assume most of you in this room have the books with you already? Shriram, I read it 3 times already. Huh? Anyone here? You all have.
3 times, at least 1 time, Shriram. Yes.
Okay, nice. Nice to know. Nice to know. There is a question from Geeta. How many questions need to be corrected? Geeta, we don't know. PMI has not declared that. So they kept it as a secret. Our assumption is a person getting 65% out of 180 questions, put it to 65%, you can calculate. Could be the pass mark. Our assumption. Nobody knows. But in ShriLearning, we kept a bar. You score 75% in ShriLearning, so that you will be good for the main exam. The reason is I'm keeping the bar level a little high. Okay, the reason is then only you'll work hard. If I say 65, you'll go further down. So I say 75, you work a little hard. That's why I say people who get in ShriLearning, if you get 68 to 75, super good. Good to clear the exam. So that's a kickstart for the day 1 of 2023. Okay, so let me listen. Some of you, if you have any questions, I can help you out. Any questions for the subject, exam approach, let me know. Ramachandran. Yes, Ramachandran, please go ahead.
I'm the first one. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Shriram. So my exam is scheduled on 12th of January.
Very good.
So I have completed 1 time reading of the books like Rita and Agile Practice Guide. And the thing I have is like I need to start that full mark test now. So for next 10 days, I will be a minimum viable product for the office, but reading will be my habit maybe.
You said 12th of January, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
By now, you should have done with 1 full exam already.
Yeah, but I didn't get time because I was just reading. But how much ever I read, I'm thinking that, okay, I left something.
This is something like, I will earn a lot of money, then I'll get married. Okay. There are people like this. I will get married only when I get a lot of money, buy a home, buy a car, nothing will happen. Same way, if you keep on reading, there is no end. You'll keep on reading. You have to give a pass. I would have given this. I'll repeat one more time. Your exam date, before that, 15 days minimum 15 days before, you should start your full exams. When I say full exams, in ShriLearning, you have to give 180 questions exam. After taking the exam, for example, let's take Ramachandran. Ramachandran takes the exam tomorrow. Tomorrow he took the exam, that day he'll be exhausted, he'll be tired. And he will analyze 30, 40 questions that day. That means after the exam, you have to analyze the question, right and wrong, both the question. And the next 2 days, you will sit and only analyze why this is right, why this is wrong. and some area, gray area. For example, today we spoke about cost management, TCPI. You never got an idea what is TCPI. Now you'll open the book, only TCPI, read that 2 paragraph, 3 paragraph, close it, come back. Something like this, you will read 10 or 15 topics. After 3 days, you will write another full exam. Now your score will slightly improve. You don't suddenly grow, okay, slightly improve. Again, you have to do slightly improve. So that is how it will work. So Ramchandran, answering you, very good. But I will tell, start exam immediately. Stop reading. Stop reading. Enough.
Yeah, thanks, Shriram. So I just wanted this advice from you. So then I will stop all the readings now. At least I will take the exam right away. So maybe tonight or tomorrow early morning.
No, not tonight. It's already late.
Yeah.
Don't write the exam when you're exhausted.
Okay.
Only your brain is active, that time take the exam. If not, your score will drop. Because 180 questions, you cannot sit and write. It's not a Bahubali movie where you can sit and watch. After 1.5 hours, you will feel like, then you'll go, you'll start clicking 1, 1, 1. You'll go like this, 2, 2, 2. That's how you'll click.
Okay.
It's a 4 hours, 180 questions. So you should be active, brain should be active, have proper food, go to washroom, make it everything clear, ready, sit as a real exam and focus. Every 60 questions, take 10 minutes break. In ShriLearning exam paper, that's how we are given it. Every 60 questions, take a break, go for a walk, eat something, come back, again, next 60 questions. Work in a very professional way. Think this is your real exam. You start doing that, works better. Don't have mobile, don't have television, sit in a calm, composed. Many I see people take in the morning hours, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, fresh in the mind, if possible.
Sure. I'm also planning. Thank you.
Good wishes. Keep me posted on the scores. Okay. Whatever score comes. Okay.
Okay,
Right.
Shriram. Thank you.
Nice. Let's go to Vivek. Yes, Vivek.
So we are in continued communication regarding my way of working and doing the mocks. So I have completed 3 mocks.
Very good.
And in all mocks, I haven't scored more than 60, but the scores are improving, but I'm not even crossing the 60% target. Now you have stated me to move my focus to the chapter wise question.
That's right.
Today I did some, and some of them I've scored like 60%. In some I have scored 70% too.
That's right. Okay, I remember you. You did 3 exams. I asked you to hold your full exams right now.
Yes.
Get to the chapter test. The reason I said here is, for some people, when they write 180 questions, in between there'll be a lagness. 180 means in between 80, 90 questions, you start getting slow. You don't read the question fully.
Yes.
You read the question, but your brain don't function. You choose some answer. Okay. And this habit continues, the score will not go high. For many of us, the problem is English is not our native language.
Okay.
Right? Your brain has to process the English words, convert into a regional language, get the meaning of it, again you come back. So everyone in this room, I think 90 or 99% will be not native people. If that's the case, the word processing will not happen properly. That's okay. It's not a language. It's a language. That's nothing to worry about it. But how to come out of it is take a short exams and see where you are lagging down. In a 10-question exam, you will easily find out of 10 questions, you will score 6, 7 or 9. Now you will see why this is right, why this is wrong. And then from there, you will go to 40 questions exam.
Okay.
I said. But here, it is not always a question is the problem. Here, sometimes the knowledge also could be a problem. Imagine you have 12 years of experience. May I know how many years of experience you have?
Yes, 12 years of experience.
Seriously? Okay. So 12 years of experience, many times your experience overtake your knowledge of answering the question. While reading the question, you don't read from PMI perspective. You start reading from your own perspective.
Correct. This is happening.
What you learned in your company may not be the right answer for PMI. Your company may be working well. They're a profitable company. I'm not saying wrong. They're a profitable company. But PMI has some standard. In international market, this is how companies should have. You have grown up in that format for last 12 years. Suddenly your brain cannot change. So it will take some time. That's why I give a pause, go back, do all this workout. From here, you can improve 7 to 9%, not more than that.
Okay.
Don't expect like movies, in the last scene, a hero will become, ooh, nothing will happen. In PMP, if you get 1%, 2% improvement will have, not more than that. Slowly it will go to 7%. That's what will happen. Because human brain is programmed like that. Suddenly you cannot become superstar. It will take time. Okay. So give that time. And when is your main exam planned? Maybe I lost you.
Yes, I'm here.
When is your main exam planned?
So I'm planning to do it on Fab. I haven't booked it, but I'm planning to do it on Fab.
Very good. Let's keep it as first week of February. We'll take next 30 days of time to tune this. Keep the 2 exam, full exam, don't take it. You took 3 already. Keep 2 hold. Let's do some chapter tests, get ready. At one stage, you start feeling, I'm a little comfortable now. So by January 20 or 18 or 20 sometime, we'll take 1 exam. 25th, 26th, we'll take 1 more exam, then go to main exam.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Good. Stay in touch. Keep me posted on what's happening.
Sure. Thank you.
Very good. Nice. Let's go to Anupama.
Hi, Sriram. Sriram, actually, I have finished Rita book reading once, and I'm taking this weekly mock test, 60 questions, 40 questions. So now there are two queries. One is this input-output thing. I remember you had told it's not needed, but in every chapter I see that this is the output of this process and things like that. So
which book you are reading?
Rita.
Okay, nice. Okay, very good. Rita 10th edition, right?
Yes. So should I really focus on that okay, this is the output of this activity? I mean, roughly I know like most of the places are lessons learned, the risk registers and the related documents, right? But should I be very particularly knowing that okay, this is what it is? That's my first question. And the second question is, after reading Rita, I plan to, I'm taking a break now. So I plan to read Agile Practice Guide for next 4 or 5 days. I'll finish that. And then I'm thinking I will start maybe in 10 days, first mock test.
Very good. When is your main exam?
I have not yet booked. I'm planning to do it mid-February to last February because my work schedule is very, very hectic. So, right now I could read only because I was actually off.
Okay, got you. Miss. Thanks for the info. Answering the first question, this is called as ITTOs, inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs. Even if you go to PMBOK 6th edition right now, the book is organized in a way. Input will come, tools and techniques will be there, output will be there, something called as outputs, which you saw like in the question, the communication management. Nothing wrong in reading it, understanding it. If you go to stakeholder management, we have a stakeholder register. Our stakeholder register will come up. There could be some project charter will be taken as input. Some tools and techniques will work out. Then the output is a charter and a register. That's fine. But no need to memorize. As you observed in the class, PMI is not interested from you whether do you know what is the in, what is out. That is not the question they're going to ask. But conceptually, there could be something. For example, work breakdown structure. To form a work breakdown structure, one of the input can be project scope statement. Isn't it? Could be. Okay. But the question is not interested on what is in, what is out. But in a question, they may use this terminology. A scope statement is taken as an input to prepare a WBS. And from there, the story continues.
Okay.
If you don't understand what can be taken as an input for WBS, then you may not connect with the question. You will feel, what is happening, this guy? I don't get it. For that reason, you should know what all inside the system. But You no need to memorize. You no need to remember all the in, all the out. That is not the exam question.
Okay.
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 This is good. This is good. Your second question is targeting on the exam, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe for my benefit, second question, what exactly you want out of it? If I want to get a little more.
Like I'm getting around 65, sometimes 70% in the 60 questions, 40 questions.
60 questions, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What you want to get more scores, or what is the problem there?
No, I want to go for the full exam. So how do I know I am prepared to go to the full exam? Like because I was just seeing that the chapter wise tests are quite huge, because like around 200 tests, 200 questions are there in each chapter. So if I do that, another 10-15 days will go, because every day probably I'll spend 2 hours.
No. Okay. Why I ask this question is because some people say, Shriram, I'm getting 60%. How to get 80%? Good, you don't want that. Good, you want to go to next level. Now, I would tell, if you read the book of Rita once, if you read the book of Agile Practice Guide once, if you practiced the chapter test in Rita already,
okay,
this is more than enough to kickstart the first full exam.
Okay.
Right? I was talking to Vivek now, right? Sometime back, talking about he took 3 exams, then he understood where it is lagging.
Okay.
Only when you take a full exam, you will see your real stamina.
Okay.
Right? What do you mean by real stamina is answering 40 questions, 10 questions at times, okay, because you will sit in the sofa with a mobile, you keep answering.
Yeah.
Or some people sit in the washroom and answer 10 questions. Okay. These are all fine. But properly, if you sit in front of computer, 180 questions, 4 hours you have to do, your mind proportion will change. The way you think change. Now, as a whole of 4 hours, your brain will go through multiple good and bad things. In this, how you are scoring, we have to check.
Okay.
Because your real exam is based on that. Now, since you read all the book, I would say right away, go for one full exam.
Okay.
To see how this is coming up as a result. Then from there, we can evaluate it.
Okay, got it, Shriram. Then I'll finish the Agile Practice Guide once, and then I will go for the full exam.
Perfect. If you've planned for February, I would recommend book the date. That will give you a little more focus, not a pressure. You'll get a little more focus.
Okay, Shriram. Thanks, Shriram.
Good
Thank
wishes.
you.
And keep me posted on the scores, what you get.
Thanks, Shriram. Thank you.
Perfect. Now let's go to Neha.
Thank you, Shriram, first for the class. So actually, I have my exam on Jan 7th. And why I booked that is because I have off from office like for 2 weeks, like December last week and this coming week is off. So I really wanted to utilize this time in, reading, giving my mock and, preparing. My question here is that I have given 1 mock and I plan to give 2 to 3 more mocks before the main exam. In the first mock, actually, I had to give 2 mocks till now, but I got unwell for last 4-5 days as well. I got flu and fever. So I couldn't, but I was just revising Rita and Agile Practice Guide. Now, I think 2 or 3 mocks, I don't know, first one was 60%. And I felt, as you said to one of the colleagues here, that I was getting slow.
Hey, sorry, Neha, sorry. Your mic is something trouble. I'm getting a big echo sounds or some bad sounds. If you're not close to the mic, please come close to the mic.
Yes.
I'm trying to observe, but I couldn't get you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are better right now. I'm sorry. There was some heavy noise.
I'm
Please
so
try
sorry.
again. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, you are good now. Please.
Okay, so actually, I have my exam on Jan 7th, and I've
Yes, I
given
know
only
that.
mock till now, and I've got 60% in that.
Yes.
I was unable to attempt almost 20 questions because of my speed, because it was first time when I was attempting 180 questions. And after 120 questions, I was very slow. I couldn't read and couldn't absorb the questions. So that was
Okay. You feel sleepy? You feel sleepy, tired, hungry? What is happening?
No, eyes, like, yeah, I was feeling tired and was unable to, because I have not sat for so long continuously, 4 hours to give any
Okay.
exam.
Okay.
So,
But for the classes, you would have set for 4 hours. Do
yes,
you?
yes.
Okay. Okay. So now, are you taking the break in between every 60 questions?
No, I just took one break. Like, I didn't take both the breaks because I was running very much behind of my time. Like, the clock was ticking and I was very much behind to complete the first 60 questions also.
Okay. So the PMI has set the rule like this. We can take 2 breaks. The breaks are purposely set for this. You people are lucky enough. I'm using the word you people are lucky, because when I did the exam, we used to write a 4 hours exam. Now it's only 2 hour, 230 minutes, 10 minutes less to 4 hours. All 4 hours, we are not allowed to take break. No break.
Oh.
Even people don't go to washroom. And many complaints raised because many people are old people who write this exam. Really? Are we old? Little old, right? Sure, we are not at the teenage. Okay. So now many complaints raised from 2021. PMI changed the rule and they brought 2 breaks. The purpose of bringing the break is to keep your mind fresh and come out of this kind of trouble. So please use the break. It's okay. With the break, take the exam. Let us see how much you complete. If you don't complete, yes, you didn't do. That's a lessons learned you're going to gain out of it. But take a break. If you don't take a break, your answering ability will drop very drastically.
Okay.
Yep. To make it a little more better now, you said, but 7th is your exam, right? So how many full exams you did?
I've done only one till now. I plan to do 2 more, like tomorrow and day after, maybe.
What is the score on the first exam?
60.
Okay. Okay. I know the rules are repeating again. At least have 15 days. But anyway, time is closer for you now. So are you taking off from your work next few days?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Take maybe 1 or 2 more full exams and stay focused. This is one of the reason I asked to take 2 weeks before, so that you can adjust your biological clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually get the same thing. We get in the last minute, hey, Shriram, scores are not going. Hey, what to do? You're very close, my buddy. Okay, now nothing wrong here. We'll make it happen. So take 2 more full exams and then take some questions from people chapter. When I say people, stakeholder, resource, and some agile questions. And that should be sufficient for you to clear the exam. But still, we are taking a high risk here because we have very short time. You have to stay focused. Work out on the method of 60 questions. First 60 questions use 90 minutes of time. Second 60 questions use 70 minutes of time. Third 60 questions again use 70 minutes of time. So it will become 90 plus 70 plus 70, total 230 minutes.
Okay. Any other suggestions, since the time is very less? I have read Rita once, but like how to revise only through question marks, whatever I'm able to answer.
No more books opening. You don't have time for books now. You have only time to take question, analyze. Take question, analyze. That's what you have to do.
Okay, perfect.
No books.
And chapter wise, should I take only for resource? The people
resource, stakeholder, agile, nothing else. Resource, stakeholder. Are you working in agile environment?
No, hybrid, like from pharma industry, so it is not completely.
Have you heard about agile in your office, and have you observed in the class?
Yeah, I've observed in your class nicely, but in office not too much because it is hybrid. So yeah.
Okay, nice, no problem. So I recommend you to 2 people related, means resource, stakeholder, and agile, and take 2 more full exams, but don't take 2 exams on the same day. Exam, give 2 days gap, take another exam. You need that energy.
Okay, sure.
What is your main exam timeline?
It is morning 8 a.m. So it is at the center on Saturday, next Saturday.
Okay. Are you in India?
No, I'm in Canada.
Canada. Okay, fine. So what you do is, if you're going to take an 8 o'clock exam, your next 2 practice exams should also be 8 o'clock.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Let's set up the biological clock clearly. Please buzz me. Are you with me in WhatsApp?
Yes, I am with you. I'll just ping you maybe. And when should I take my remaining 2 mocks? I can take one tomorrow and one after 2 days. Like
Yes.
that?
Tomorrow, Monday, when you take it, again by Wednesday or Thursday, you will take it.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Shriram. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Keep me posted on your progress.
Yes, thanks, Shriram.
Perfect. Good. Do you have any other questions?
Shriram, hi, this is Hira.
Hira G. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a session like this similar for ACP crash course?
ACP course itself is a crash course.
No, like a crash course like this.
Will do. So you want to learn something there?
Of course, I have enrolled. If you don't remember, I've not attended the classes, but I plan to. But I don't know, somehow came to know that the classes now are coming after a couple of months, after a long break or something.
Yeah, we'll talk. This is PMP. We'll talk ACP. And
please do that
ACP,
crash
yes,
course.
will help you. Once you plan your exam timeline, let me know. I'll start guiding you.
No, I want to do that. So that's what I'm just in a week or something.
Yeah. There is a class happening on next Saturday, Sunday. If you want, you can be part of it.
Yeah, but I didn't attend the classes, so I thought I'll do the next batch or something.
Sure.
Yeah, if you can plan something, please. Thanks.
Sure. We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for asking. Kalpesh.
Hello. Hi, Shriram.
Hi.
So, I started the preparation. I am from the April batch, but my preparation I started then due to work. It gets stopped again, start like that. So now I'm, last around 8 to 15 days, I'm fully focused on the content reading and all these things. So I'm giving the chapter wise test and that domain wise test. So there I am getting correct maybe 6, 7, 2 or 8 that scores I am getting. So whatever maybe many times what happened in terms of scope or that maybe I got a 5 or something. So should I repeat the scope from Rita again or should I continue to the flow of complete the book? Because before that at least twice I read the Rita, but there is a gap, so I can't say that we can consider. But
if you read a third time, it'll be like a proofreading to find all the spelling mistakes in the book. So don't read that. When is your main exam planned?
I plan on the 26th. No, not at book, but maybe 26th or maybe before 15th of. So before 10th of Feb, I'm planning.
10th of Feb. Okay, nice. So what you do now is, since you read the book already, enough with the small exams, take one full exam.
Okay.
Let us see how is your performance of 180 questions. If it is really good coming up, let's continue for another 4 more exams and go for the main exam. If you feel little lagness there, then we will see which area we have to improve. There is no point in keep reading books and writing small tests for a long duration. Enough, somewhere you have to give a pass, you have to take a one full exam.
Many times what happens, score gets that day score get good, that is happy. If it is not, then it is completely it's demotivating.
Yeah, because if you take a small exam, sometimes you can't assess yourself. As I said, only when you sit for 180 questions, chances are you may understand. Sometimes you answer better in long exams or poor. Whatever it is, it's time. Because you read the book 2 times, it's enough. Now you take the full exam.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Keep me posted on the scores. That's important.
Yes. And
all right.
One more question is there, maybe. Not related to exam, but I'm a little bit confused in between the terminology at our organization. So we have now I just changed my organization. So I'm handling as a new business development. So before that, I am in a project type of environment. So now here they also consider as a product development or product management. So I'm a little bit confused in that what role going to be for me or what I am preparing for PM certification, how it will help me in the organization. Because there is a mixed role is there. So.
Maybe I didn't get your question. You mean which course will help you? That's the question?
Like that, because earlier I'm in an organization that complete project based or the project PMP I can implement it, but now the last 3 months I'm in a new company. So they are mostly in terms of a product owner or more than a market research, like work with team, like that is happening. So I'm getting confused. Or maybe exam I'm reading lot of things are happening. So I don't get it. Already it is.
Okay. Anyway, we'll talk individually on this. I didn't get the clarity of what you are looking into, because I want to understand your project role, or want to understand your job description before I comment something. Because you said earlier it was project, now it's more on product oriented. Share me your project description or job description, not project description, job description, JD. I will read through that. Let me see if I understand something from there. I'll comment on it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good, guys. Do I have any other question for the exam?
Shriram, this is Rabiq.
Yes, Rabiq.
I'm planning to do it on 15th. Actually, it was postponed 2-3 times. Finally, I decided to do it on 15th, and I booked the exam as well, because
very good.
If I keep on, postponing it, I cannot do the exam. I realized, in fact.
That's right. That's right.
So the last mock-up also, I scored 58%. Like you said, I have to concentrate more on people domain, and I'm doing it. I'm second time reading the Rita book right now. Okay. And
so how was your last exam timeline? 4 hours was comfortable?
4 hours was comfortable, but the thing is, still I was able to answer only 155 questions.
Then obviously it's comfortable.
But see, I just compared the previous one. I was able to score only 100 questions before that.
Okay. So
look
like time management is a problem. So
yes,
you're reading the question at least 3 times, each question.
Not all the questions. Some questions I'm just like you said, because of the language, and as well as the reading capability.
Okay.
So sometimes I take like one question.
What you do is you need to focus on writing short exams to see your time management, because time management will become a big trouble in main exam. In main exam, we will be a little more cautious. We'll go slow. We won't rush, because we paid the money. We had to be a little careful on exam. If you are answering here with 150, there it can even drop further. So recommend you to first prepare this 40 questions and 60 questions what we have.
Okay.
Proper timer. Keep a timer in front of you. Do within the time. And come out of the habit feeling that if I read the question more than 2 times, 3 times, I'll answer correctly. Come out of that thought process and think one time, read it correctly.
Sure.
Slowly. It won't happen. Not only you, many have the same trouble, but try that before you go to main exam, because main exam, as I was giving, time will run fast.
Exactly. Yes. Sure. I'll do that. Sure.
Yeah, do that. But it's possible. You can improve it.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. Good. All right. I think that's much from the team today. So first, thanks a lot. Thanks to people here. This is a crash course, a kickstart. I don't remember last when I did a crash course. Long time back, we did maybe years back. So I thought it will be good to start on the year with the push. If I had a bunch of people today, some of them spoken with me asking questions, some of them silent listeners, some of them joined and dropped off, some listen from YouTube. Thanks all the people who listen from YouTube and LinkedIn. Now, the point of crash course is not to push content on you. If you observed, I have given very less content. The point of having this course is we are still alive. Reach us for any questions. And you are also alive and active. Start working towards it. Take this time, sit and schedule yourself in 23 what are goals you want to achieve. Divide it by 4 quarters. First quarter, second quarter, and third and fourth. Which quarter you want to do the examination, in which quarter you are going to use this examination results for the promotion and growth. Be very clear on it. Nothing wrong in companies go and ask, hey, I have qualified, I need some promotions and growth. Nothing wrong. Let them tell that you are qualified, but you're poor. Let them tell. That's a feedback you need. So start working out on which quarter what you want to achieve in the year 23 and get the certification done. and reach out for any help. We'll be so much happy to help you. Okay. That's pretty much. I see a bunch of chat message. Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks for the birthday wishes as well. Okay. Today the birthday went well with meeting all of the enthusiastic people who want to clear the examination. I do have some of them who going for ACP exam also. Good wishes for people going for ACP and workout. And from next week, a new batch is starting. PMP batch is starting for January 2023. So let know you can join in. If you want to join in, listen more classes, be in contact with Rahul. If you feel any of your friend members want to be part of this session, yes, you can invite them. They can be part of it. All right. Subramanian says his birthday is today. Okay. Happy birthday, Mr. Subramanian. That's nice to know. There are a bunch of people. I know a number of people get born on the same day. So you are there. Good to see. Thanks a lot for people participating, and more questions, please reach out. People in the YouTube, put it in the comments, and LinkedIn, put it in the comments. We'll come back with the answers. I really appreciate all your efforts to sit late in the night on 1st of January. Now you're free. Go ahead, watch television, have a good evening hours, and stay in touch. Come back on next Sunday. We will talk more about it. People have Agile questions. Next Saturday, Sunday, we have Agile chapters going on, PMI-ACP. Be part of the session. We'll talk more about it. Thanks for being here. Good wishes. See you all soon. Once again, Happy New Year wishes to all the successful leaders here. See you soon all. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you, Shri.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Good. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ShriLearning.
Thank you. I'm seeing all the comments. If I miss anyone. All right. Good. Thanks a lot. Catch you soon. Bye-bye.